right. Welcome back to Renaissance of the Antiquities, session 51. Last we left our group, they had finally, through many trials and tribulations along the way, made their way to the overlook of the Aracrost prison camp. Thought to be held by the Vith, and that was the anticipation, Raoul and Fizz, upon arriving at this massive overlook, decided to go on a bit of a midnight scouting mission, just to check things out. All went well at first. They found the entrance to the mine rather easily, as they could see it from above. But a number of these strange statues of odd three-legged, three-armed humanoids without heads seemed to lay scattered across the prison camp, at least what little they could see in the dark of night. The shadows of the mountains themselves making it feel even a little darker, only a bit of the starlight piercing through. They were going well, however, until they got a little too close to a few of the statues, and did not immediately realize that one of them had disappeared and begun to follow them, and they weren't statues at all, but creatures called Zorn. Creatures that Fizz, through his bardic connection to the world, was able to learn quite a lot about. However, these do not seem to be like normal Zorn. And as Fizz and Raoul went to leave the prison camp complex and begin to make their ascent back up the side of the cliff to reconnect with the rest of the party, one of them appeared from beneath the ground in front of them, drawing Fizz immediately to his waist in loose sand and dirt. A small skirmish broke out between the three, and mid the battle, the Zorn continued to shout things, at first in a language they didn't understand, but then in common, to turn around, go back to your cells, give up. They tried to make a couple of crafty plays, but Fizz, in a moment of sacrifice, drew its ire long enough for Raoul to escape back up the cliff. Only one followed Raoul, but the party easily dispatched it in its weakened state when it reached the top, and Fizz ran the other ones around the battlefield, the reinforcements the initial one had called, until eventually, without any way of obscuring himself from their tremor sense, was caught. He tried throwing gems, he tried throwing coins, he tried even going invisible and juking them a few times, but due to the amount of equipment he carries, he was slowed down and could never gain an edge over them. And thus, Fizz was captured by these creatures. He was dragged into one of the cells just beforehand, turning himself to look that of a Vith. Perhaps a small oversight in the moment, but more on that soon. And he was beaten unconscious and chucked in a cell. Now, with the rest of this evening, Nithyrn and Mowgli are in a dream state, and the following morning, which we will flash back to once the player of Nithyrn arrives. But as far as the camp is concerned up top, if there's any further conversation the group of you want to have up there, either this evening or in the morning, before you all begin your 2 to 4 hour trek down the side of the mountain to enter the camp from whichever direction you choose, now would be the time to have that conversation. Although, perhaps you'd like to wait for Nithyrn as well for that, so your call.
Tim? Tim not here?
I think he died on his couch.
No, I'm here. I was changing mics. As long as we might as well just wait for Mark.
Fair enough.
Okay.
So we will come back to the party on top later, and instead skip a little bit ahead to the following morning. Let me know when you have sufficiently loaded this page, as it is a big one.
I think I'm there.
You're muted, Fizz.
I mean, I see Fizz.
I've loaded.
Yep.
I've loaded.
Alrighty. So, the following morning comes, Fizz, and as consciousness floods back into you, the first thing you notice is the incredible pain in your head. A byproduct of the beating of the Zorn. Second thing you notice, even before opening your eyes, is that your arms and legs are restrained, and you feel yourself not on the ground, but hanging to some degree. Your arms spread wide, as well as your legs. As you open your eyes and look around, unless you have anything before that.
Nope.
As you open your eyes and look around, you see you were surrounded by a half circle of dirty peasant folk. At least most of them seem to be peasant folk. Dirty, tattered rags. They look hungry, haggard, withered, like they haven't eaten enough. Many of them have scars and wounds upon them. Some are even women and children. A number of them have various brands cast upon them. You see some on the forehead with a brand of M. You see some of them on the tops of their hands have T. Some of them have a B on their cheek. Very few have a K on the inside, on the insides of their hands that you catch a glimpse of. Some of them on the back of the neck, as some turn to walk away more, have E's. And there's one man, a really rough and tumble, big, thick black beard. He is not as haggard as the rest. Perhaps he's newer here. He has a D. 2 Ds, actually. However, they seem to be overlaid onto his eyes themselves. Not the actual eyeball, but the eyelid and the spaces surrounding his eyes. They all huddle around. You see... One moment. Yes. You do not feel Orenmir at your side. You do not feel your crossbow at your side. And you catch a glimpse of your pack a little ways away as a group of them seem to have turned it inside out and are fighting over the various foodstuffs and drinks that are within, viciously gulping it down and eating it like their life depended on it. Your mouth is not gagged.
My mouth is not gagged. Oh. You know, I had a pretty rough day last night. Now, not only have the Zorn beaten me up, but you've tied me to this wall.
Oi!
How's about
It's
cutting
awake!
that boy down?
Ah, he's awake. Excellent. And you see a couple of pebbles are cast your way. You'll get what you deserve, Vith. You're our prisoner now. Various chuckles and laughters echo through the crowd.
Ah. Is it too bad that I was coming here to try and rescue some of you out of here, but I guess no good deed goes unpunished.
Rescue? You're the one who put us in here!
If you know how that bag works, then you know that I'm not Vith.
Make a diplomacy. One of the men steps up. This is one of the gentlemen that has an M on his forehead. It might be telling the truth. He had magical gear. Let me look. And you see him cast some magic. As his eyes light up with the telltale signs of detect magic, you also see the brand on his forehead light up and surge pain through his entire body as he crumples to his knees. Yeah, the hat. It's at this point you begin to see somebody else start to wade through the crowd. Someone you recognize, Fizz. A big, burly, heavy armored set half-orc with white face paint comes pushing through. Get out of my way! As he shoves a couple people to the ground.
Hello, Crash.
Well, Fizz,
Well, thank you.
what
Like
a
you said-
strange time meeting you here.
Thank you.
Looks like you should have joined us on our trip to the forest. At least you wouldn't have been wasting time here.
I was just headed back to Talanure. Imagine my surprise when I discovered a supposed dead man from the Order shows up suddenly. I was sent to bring him back alive. Now, you once helped me. For that, I am in your debt. He starts to pull out a small knife and cut your bonds on your wrists. As he finishes, you kind of plop down to the ground, landing on your knees. Now, we're even. You helped me escape my bonds. I have as well now. However, my allies here have already been dispatched to survey this camp, or what remains of it. How about we turn those tables and you accept my help this time? You may be free to walk around here, but I imagine you'll have a harder time doing it without any of that gear of yours. And he kind of motions behind him.
Yes, I would. What did you have in mind?
We're still working on that. My scout should be back in a couple of hours. By then, we'll know a little bit more of what's going on here. But for now, he turns around and shouts out to the crowd, "Any of you have his stuff, drop it now or lose your life." One second. For the most
I
part,
will-
people. Go ahead.
I will assist with that.
What are you saying to assist?
I'll stomp my feet on the ground and just listen to the big orc.
Also, change that ridiculous guise you have on. It's not going to help you here. For the most
Okay.
part, people back away from your gear. One man is still holding Orenmir. Karash walks straight up to him, grabs him by the throat, lifts him off of the ground, and you see black, shadowy energy surge from Karash through his arm, into his hand, into the man's neck, as the man's neck just begins to wither and decay, and he gasps for breath, throws him down to the side, Orenmir dropping to the ground as well. There. Collect your things.
Thanks.
You will be returning all of your gear, minus any food, drink, or anything of that nature that is consumable.
Yeah. What about potions?
How many do you have? And roll me a die of that many number, and that's how many you have left.
Okay.
Your choice on which ones are left. As almost certainly, if you had healing magic, they would have jumped at the moment of seeing that to try and use it on themselves.
What about non-healing potions?
No, those are fine. Just roll a d, whatever, for however many potions you had that return hit points in any nature, and that's how many remain.
Oh, I need to do.
God, you had 17 of them on you? Oh, God! Okay, you have 9 of them.
I have 9 left, or
9 left.
9
you lose.
are gone?
You lose 8.
Okay.
Your choice which 8 you lose.
Yeah. I mean, I'm carrying all this shit RJ left behind.
Yeah, that's true. You took your whole pack on a scouting mission. My goodness.
Yeah. Okay.
Karash, while you're gathering your things, putting back on your armor, getting your pack shuffled back in, Karash is just kind of doing half circles around you, daring anybody to step forward and challenge him.
Yeah. I mean, during that, I'll adjust my hat and turn back into Fizz.
Got your things?
Yep. So, how exactly did you end up here?
As I said, I was headed back home. But then I received word that there was other things more important of my time. So I gathered up a group. A few contacts I used to know. Good people. Strong people. And we made our way up here. Curious. Didn't see you on the roads up. You alone? Did you get captured back in Holden? What happened to your team?
Uh, they're somewhere above us.
Mm.
Thought it wise to check this camp out before making some sort of move, and was caught a little off guard by the creatures.
It took us a little by surprise too, but luckily one of my companions spoke their language. So, they gave us a pretty easy ultimatum. Be alive and come within the camp or die. We're not trying to take on the whole world here, so we figured we'd just lay low in here for a while. While I search for the defector that's here somewhere.
How do you know he's not just nearby?
I was told that they were somewhere near here. So I figured this would be a good place to start.
Be able to do your work faster, though, if you get out of this camp.
I can get out of this camp whenever I want. I'm not worried about that. I do find it quite interesting what's happened here, though, and I'm very curious as to what might have caused it all. Any ideas, considering you and your team are here? You gotta know something.
To get out, or what's going on here?
What's going on? I don't care about the getting out part.
Well, we know that pretty sure the Vith aren't in control of this place anymore.
That's pretty obvious.
Not really sure what is or who is.
I'd imagine those monsters. Come on, you're stating the obvious. What do you know? If anything. Or are you really just blindly here?
Well, something's definitely feeding them. So I don't think it's just the monsters in control. That's pretty much all I know.
Make a bluff check.
Knew that was coming. Oh, fuck, that was a low roll.
You still beat him.
Rolled a 4 on that.
Alright, well. Still haven't answered my question. Why are you here?
I've got two brothers somewhere in here. I need to get them out if they're still alive.
I see. Perhaps I can help you with that then, when the time comes. As you both are talking, you see a woman start to approach the two of you, pushing through the crowd as well. She has deep blue skin, is wearing a lightly frayed dress, has a longbow on her back and 4 prongs of horns all rising from her body up towards the sky. She comes up and... Right, Mr. York. I've gotten a look at the square. There's, well, by my count, well over 20 of them, if not more. Little ones on all the posts on the outside. And strangely, a merchant in the square. I kind of ignored him. There does seem to be 2 other complexes, though, aside from the prison barracks. There seems to be some other sort of squat building Might be a forge, something like that. It has large chimneys coming out of it. And then there's the tower, of course. The others went to check out a couple other more things independently, but it's kind of what I've gotten a survey of. I don't think we can fight this alone, Mr. York. Virzaz, don't worry. We just got more help. Right? Then he looks back to you.
Oh, definitely.
Well, that's good. I'm Virzaz. She holds out her hand meekly.
I'll shake your hand, sure.
And your name?
You can call me Fizz.
Ah, pleasure to meet you, Fizz. How do you know Mr. York here? Have you worked with him before?
Oh, yeah, I helped him out of a little bit of a tight spot in Holden.
Huh. Well, that's good.
How about you? How do you know Karash?
Oh, that was a long time ago. Up north in the other region. Well, my kind's not taken too kindly there. I was in a little bit of a pickle. Supposed imprisoned in my own way. York came by and helped me out. Gave me some freedom. Traveled with him for a while, then we parted ways. But I was delighted to hear from him here recently.
Well, that's good. Who else do you have helping you, Karash?
Oh, I got a couple others. They should be swinging back around soon enough. Let's go out in the square, though. From what we've been able to figure out, as long as we don't try and leave the valley as a whole, we're fine. Though the monsters do seem quite particular about approaching the tower, the other small building, and the mines itself, but we can move out through the square and from one prison camp to another pretty easily, it seems. Just stick to the roads. They seem to like when we're on the roads.
Sounds like a plan to me.
As you guys are walking down this corridor, Virsaz kind of motions up to all of the earth mephits up on the top. They just look like statues now. But, oop, I was moving you guys.
Oh, sorry.
You're good. They just look like statues now, but, well, I've seen them come to motion a couple times. They're not quite, well, friendly, I suppose.
Yeah. I think I experienced that last night. You mentioned a merchant in the square.
Yeah, some strange fella. I've been ignoring him.
What's he trying to sell?
Don't know, don't care. You see another man approach from the north, just shortly behind you guys, seemingly have noticed you from a distance. He's a very good-looking guy. Younger, white hair blazed around, a bit of a firelight in his eyes. He's wearing these really nice clothes, almost like he's ready to go to a ball. Well, Karash, I went and looked at the other little building. It's definitely a forge in there. Might be weapons, might be other things of our use. I also got the sense there were people inside. Perhaps the old guard. Not sure, though. Thank you, Erin. Erin, this is Fizz. He's with us
Hello,
now.
Aaron.
Pleasure to meet you. He goes to shake your hand.
Yeah, I'll shake his hand.
His hand is warm to the touch.
Hmm.
Like, warmer than a normal person.
I see.
You can see, as he gets close as well, there's almost like a constant, almost smoke that comes from his hair. It's hard to notice, but it's there. And parts of his skin almost always seem like they're flaking, like ash.
Okay.
Well, that just leaves one more. Erin, where'd your little cohort go? Oh, I think she went down further. She was gonna go check out the prisoners in the South Block.
I am listening.
Check on the water supply. See what it's like here. It is what she does. Shortly thereafter, as you guys are just kind of chit-chatting about each of their reports, you see a manly-looking woman approach. She's wearing no armor, but has this massive tower shield that she lugs on her side. She's got this pale blue skin and fiery red hair. You can see as she gets closer. One second. Thought I had that there. Yeah. The edges of her skin, in a similar way to Erin, almost seem to have like crusted salts around the edges. There's a strong smell of seawater as she approaches. She says, well, Karash, there are much less prisoners in the South Block. No bodies, though, so I don't know what they're doing with them. Similar defenses is what we've been seeing around. And the wells, well, they're very low. Almost like something's happened below. The water's been shifted. Crash steps to the side. Fizz, this is Abry, Erin's partner. They're a bit of a package deal, but they're good folk too. Pleasure to meet you.
It's nice to meet you as well.
She just does a bow. Well, suppose that's as good as we're gonna get for a basic scout. When's your team supposed to show up anyway?
You know, I'm not really sure. Unfortunately, I lost contact during the scouting mission, so we hadn't quite decided when we were gonna make our move. We were really just trying to gather some information before making that decision.
Well, then I suppose we should wait till then. I think it'd be wise to use our numbers if we're gonna do anything. Unless you've got other ideas.
I don't know. The tower seems pretty interesting to me. Might be worthwhile if we could get inside. Or
Veersas,
there's always, as you mentioned, the guards. If we freed them, I'm sure they would fight with us.
Veersas speaks up and says, "Well, the tower was a little bit harder to get to, much more heavily guarded. Haven't tried going in yet. Don't know if we'd get back out or even in the first place, so might be a fight, might not." Aaron speaks up. That, and as far as the guards are concerned, they also seem to be under heavy guard. There's even a massive spider-like creature up there. Stone, of course. Don't know that they'd be too keen on us taking their pets and raising a mutiny, if they can even think that much. I think both are valid points. We need to know what's left in that tower. There's still powerful magics. It looks like a wizard's tower of some sort. Might be something useful inside. And you're right, Fizz. Those guards might come in handy. Even with your team, I still think we're heavily outnumbered.
Oh, definitely.
But I guess that brings me to the question is our goal to liberate these people? If you're just trying to get your brothers, we could just get them and get out. No one's in danger. You get your brothers, I get the defector.
I mean, there are a lot of magic users in here by the looks of it. I think they'd be handy more so than them just being left here to either die or continue to be imprisoned.
Perhaps.
I'm sure your order's looking to recruit.
Not people like these. We're more selective than the rabble who've already gotten caught. Veersas chimes in after. "Oh, you're in an order now? That's wonderful." "It's not bad."
Do the other two say anything along that lines, or no?
They seem to be like whispering back and forth to each other. They seem more involved in their own little world between the two of them than anything else going on around them.
Of course, of course. Well, I mean, if I was a gambling man, I would guess that there's got to be something in that tower that's would be useful against these things. Might even be able to take control over them. Their
Did
numbers
I
might not
hear
be a
there's a
problem.
gambling man over here? Sorry, I wasn't
Hello.
trying to intrude, but when I hear the word gamble, Johnny's right on the trail.
Oh, that's so.
Yes. Johnny Fowler, the charismatic contract gambler, at your service.
Contract gambler? What? I've not heard of contract gambler before.
Well, then today's
exactly
your
is it that
lucky
you
day,
do?
sir. Please come over here. I'll show you exactly what it is.
Well, might as well entertain the fellow.
Just make sure you cast something on him. He's gonna cheat.
Well, so Wolf is, so that's fair.
Exactly.
Alrighty, and you see there are 3 small chests all atop of these tables, or on top of these boxes. He says, now, you like to gamble? I like to provide a good gamble. I have a little game that we could play if you'd like.
What's the game?
Well, let's see. Suppose we'll need one more person to help out, but the game is, you pick a chest, I pick a chest. I tell one of your compatriots which chest I'm going to pick, that way I can't cheat you. If we both pick the same chest, you get the reward inside.
If we both pick the same chest.
Yes. You'll have to gamble your luck, read my body language. Will my eyes fool you? Will I be looking left when I mean to look right? Who knows?
Why don't you just kill him?
What's the price of playing this game?
Absolutely free.
Absolutely free.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Well, do I get to know what I win?
Where would be the fun in that? I'll tell you what. I'll let you shake each chest around a little bit. That'll give you a sense of what's inside. Perhaps you want to pick the chest with the most stuff. Maybe I won't. Maybe I will. You still got to pick the same chest I do. Do you risk it for a low reward, or do you perhaps try and go for something a little bit more? That would depend on if Johnny wants to give away more or give away something less.
Uh,
After you pick, I'll open the chest. After I pick, after both picks are concluded, even if we don't pick the same chest, I'll open both. That way you can get a look at what's inside. But then we'll have a round 2. Spice it up a little bit.
what's round 2?
Same thing. But now you know more of what's in stake. Think of the first one as a test run, a little teaser.
Okay, well. Where are you from, Johnny?
Oh, I'm from far and wide. I've traveled a long ways, and will travel long ways more by the end of my days. I'm not really from anywhere, I suppose.
Well, let me, before I grab one of my friends, I'll shake the chests around a little bit.
Okay. In the left one, which would be the one closer to Johnny.
Also, I'll do detect magic while I'm doing this.
All 3 contain magic within the box. Within the boxes.
Awesome.
The left one, you hear a lot of rattling and clinking, like lots of perhaps chips or coins or something of that nature, likely money. In the middle one, you hear the clinking of glass, perhaps bottles, drinks, potions, vials, things of that nature. And then in the third one, it's the lightest of the 3, and you hear just a few kind of heavier clunking sounds.
Okay, well, let me go see if I can convince a friend.
Of course, of course. If you wanted to come back later, too, give you some time to think, you're more than welcome.
Yeah.
I'll be here.
Mm-hmm. Oh, crash again. It would seem
So,
that man over.
waste your money on his dumb shit.
Interesting enough, he doesn't want to offer me. He doesn't want any of my money for some reason. Quite odd character, but he definitely has magic items in those chests.
You could kill him and just take it. All three.
Things that could help us.
Mowgli solution. It might be food, Mowgli.
So, supposedly, all I have to do to get these items from him is if I pick the same chest as him. But I need somebody to let him know which chest he picked, so he can't change his mind on me.
This sounds like a waste of time. We're here for more important things than dumb games. Virsus cuts in. Ooh, that sounds fun.
You'll be laughing. I'm sure you'll be laughing, Garage, when I come out of this with some sort of useful thing.
He just shakes his head, walks around you. Alright, you two. Stop snickering to each other. I know you're in love and all that crap now, but we got work to do while they waste our time.
Do I do this? Well, come on, Virez. Let's wander on over to Johnny over there and see what we can do about this game. Well, I got a friend, Johnny, but I feel bad. I feel like I need to pay you in some way.
Man,
Not through money, perhaps through song.
tell you what. Let's play first, and then we can talk about that after.
I don't know. I feel like song beforehand would be nice.
Little song. I love to hear a good old tune. I've heard many tunes across the lands. Hit me with your best shot.
I think I've got one you may not have heard. I'm gonna start a bardic performance and try to fascinate him.
Are you using your instrument or your voice?
My instrument. I usually play with my instrument.
Oh, you're a bard! How wonderful! Alright. She straightens herself up, and as you begin to play, she also begins to sing with you.
Like Vera's, not Johnny.
Yeah.
Okay.
And she also uses bardic performance.
Okay. Interesting.
Although she's using Inspire Courage. Or the one that gives you bonuses on things. Like that. I forget which one that is.
I think Inspire Competence.
Yeah, Competence
Gives
then.
me bonuses
The
on
one that
skills.
gives to skills, yeah.
Yeah.
She's enhancing your singing. Or
Yeah.
playing with her song.
So good old Johnny needs to make a will save.
Johnny starts tapping his feet. He seems like he's really bopping into it. Yeah, it's a pretty nice tune. That's real nice. It's got a funny little aftertaste, too. Not often music gives me this sort of taste. He's like clicking his fingers and bopping his feet.
Okay. I mean, do I feel like I have him fascinated?
Maybe.
Or no?
You don't know.
Hmm.
Certainly looks fascinated.
Okay, I mean, I'm gonna spend another round of bardic performance to try and give him a suggestion. Will
All
save
right.
of again like DC 16 for both of those.
Yep.
Not particularly high, but
Yep. Making those in private.
yeah. Now I don't know about you, but I plan on picking the box, box on the far left. I think
Which
that's
would
a
be
good
the one
box
close to
pick.
him with the coins.
No, sorry. The one that just has a couple heavy things in it.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Yep. That's a fantastic pick, sir. We'll have to see how that luck goes for you.
Well,
I'll be
I hope
telling
you
you.
pick it as well.
All right, well, let's go ahead and go on and see. Now, I'm just going to whisper to your friend right here. And I'll whisper, I don't know, Mowgli.
I mean, I trust you as an honest. Like, I don't have trust issues with you, DM.
Okay, cool. I know which one he'll be picking based on the circumstance. All right, well, whispered my pick to her. What's your choice there, son?
I mean, while he's doing that, can I get a bit of? I guess it'd be like sense motive. To try and feel him out for
Neutral.
neutral. Yeah,
You don't
I'll
catch
pick the
anything
box I said
sly,
I
you
was
don't
gonna
catch
pick.
anything positive.
I'll pick the box I was gonna pick.
All right, you pick your box, and Virus just kind of claps excitedly. Oh, you won! You won! Well, let's see here. Go ahead and open on up then. And he snaps his
open it
finger,
up.
and the lid slides open, or like hinges open.
Oh,
Inside,
okay.
you see what looks to be a fan, like a little paper fan type thing, folded up. You see what looks to be an old rusty nail. There's a bar of soap. I did say things are magical in here, so there's that.
Yeah.
And there's a piece of paper with a whole bunch of stuff scribbled on it. Now, as you open it up, Johnny immediately begins to say, "Alrighty, well, Johnny the gambling contract salesman. Well, so, let's see here. So since you have won this prize," and he pulls out the piece of paper, "I'm just going to need you to sign right on here," and he hands you a quill and a dipped in ink. And he says, "You just sign this right on over, and all these fancy little magical items are yours, sir."
So, hold on a sec. So so he's handed me the piece of paper with scribbling on it.
He's just holding it out at you so far.
Oh, okay. So inside the box there was a paper fan, a bar of soap,
And a rusty nail.
Yeah.
If you use detect magic, all three of them are magical.
Okay, I mean, I'm gonna look at the contract and hope, am I able to read it? I do have my spectacles on. If
I don't know.
that makes
You
sense.
tell me. Can you read it?
Oh God.
Oh God.
And I'm going live right now. All right, just go ahead and sign right here, and if you can sign within the next 10 to 15 seconds, you will have your nice, fancy little magical items right away. So, time's going down. Go ahead and sign. 9, 8. Are you gonna sign, boy? Come on, let's go ahead. Get that signature down. 7.
Okay, I'll sign it.
6. All right, sales sold. Yeah. Thank you for doing business with Johnny and his pact. You can go ahead and keep this contract so you can figure it out later. Get a good look on what it says on it. And Johnny will be seeing y'all later. And he claps his hands together in a poof of black and red smoke, and he and all the chests are gone. The stuff that you won is still there.
Excellent.
I don't like
I just
this.
sold my soul to the devil. That's pretty true.
Exactly.
I mean, I saw the word demon and a couple other things, and soul and eternal or whatever. I was like, yeah.
And you hear on the whispers of the wind, Johnny Demon Eyes Fowler, thanks for your business. We'll be seeing each other again real soon.
Oh, I'm sure.
Did Charlie Daniels write this song?
I'll take a closer look at what I won.
Also, this thing was a pain in the ass to write, so...
Yeah, it's fucking hard to read.
And make. Not just to... Even if you had the straight text of it.
Yeah.
Good luck following it. But, since you have signed it... Let's go ahead and, well, I'll... You know what? For stream, I'll read it. So that stream hears it. Says, this contract binds the scribe and recipient into a deal of chosen escalation for an unending period of time, or this contract is voided by an agreement on the part of both parties. Upon agreeing and signing this contract, the recipient is bound to their agreed obligations and parameters within the first pact, as is the scribe. Upon completion of agreed obligations and parameters on both sides of the initial pact, the first pact is considered complete and concluded. This contract as a whole remains until the predetermined period of eternity, allowing the recipient, should they feel inclined, to invoke the trigger the second or third act anytime thereafter through verbal acceptance in relative proximity of this contract. The obligations and parameters agreed upon within the second or third pact then become binding and immediate, to be fulfilled on part of the both parties within the agreed upon period of time. Upon completion of this second agreed obligation and parameters on both sides of the second or third pact, that pact is considered complete and concluded. This contract remains in effect through all pacts, and thereafter maintaining any agreed upon specifications and obligations that remain outside of a pact's completion for eternity. Any violations on this contract on the part of the scribe immediately holds this contract null and void. So the scribe being Johnny. Requiring a penalty payment of 15,000 gold pieces to the recipient to be paid immediately. Any violation of this contract on the part of the recipient immediately locks the claim and ownership of the everlasting life stream of the recipient, your soul, invoking the laws of the Pact Primeval under the control and dominance of the scribe for all eternity, sending the stream of the recipient immediately upon death to the scribe to do as they see fit. First Pact. The scribe, Demon Eyes, agrees to send a swift and sufficient aid to the recipient in the event of their signature. This aid shall arrive in the form of teleportation targeted upon this document and shall last for a period of time until the recipient is no longer in immediate danger. The recipient agrees to aid in the proliferation and the understanding of the way as a herald of reason, without revealing or leaving evidence that could connect or incriminate the scribe in the act or the reasons for the act. Second Pact. Upon manifestation of the first pact and the subsequent required and predetermined parameters being completed and succinctly agreed upon, aid being successfully granted upon the recipient then immediately qualifies and enacts a secondary section of this binding pact. The signed above recipient henceforth will be contracted by a messenger of the order And this messenger, without revealing his true nature, name, or anything of import, will deliver to the recipient, in the name and bequeathment of the scribe, a letter most important. The recipient agrees to follow the instructions to the best of their ability to the letter of the word. The failure of this task will result in the immediate violation as ascribed above. Failure is represented through not completing the task in a timely manner, failing to complete the task in full, or failing to complete the message of the letter without first signing the secondary letter. Third pact. Upon completion of the first pact and the second pact, the recipient will have the chance to be awarded 15,000 gold pieces above agreed upon to be paid out immediately. The violation of any part of this contract will again lock the claim and above mentioned ownership to the scribe of this document. When both pacts are completed and agreed obligations and parameters on both sides of the initial and secondary pact, the scribe demonized will then be required to teleport immediately to the location of this document and arrive with the 15,000 gold pieces above mentioned. Upon arrival, the recipient will be required to perform the specified rites of which are to be unveiled upon completion of this document. The agreed upon rites of which the recipient will produce and perform upon the arrival of demonized will result in the agreed completion between the scribe and the recipient. The 15,000 gold pieces will be paid to the recipient, and the scribe demonized will be freed from the binds to the unnamed twin god that binds demonized. Demonized will then, with this contract, completely be free of any binds and be allowed to do that of which he wills to do starting immediately. As the herald of reason, the recipient will be graciously indebted to demonize, who may then be granted the ability and right to strike a new and binding a contract with the recipient that will result in the deal of chosen escalation for an unending period of time. The new aforementioned contract will then be discussed and written up with the recipient and the scribe in mind.
Oh boy.
Where'd you go to law school?
The internet.
Opportunity.
I've done a bunch of business deals that the contracts sounded a lot like that, minus the teleportation and demonizing.
Yeah.
The internet and about an hour and a half of research.
Well, good luck to you, Fizz.
Yep.
You are
only
now
did I
known-
sign my soul over to a demon, it looks like I'm trying to free him.
You are now known as a herald of reason in service to the twin god.
Let me add that title to my character.
Performing the acts of what is known as the Way.
Navar, did you read Educational Little Tree?
Yes, for this.
Alright. Great
I
book.
also read many other legal documents and tried to get a sense of their wording and how they talk in circles.
So, Herald of Reason of the Twin God?
Your title would be the Herald of Reason. And the entity behind that title is the Twin God. And you have just touched upon the first of the non-primeval gods of Endrial. This is the first time any of them have come up.
I assume I can put Twin God in my deity slot?
If you'd like.
I don't have one right now, so I might as well.
And the title was the Twin God, so they have an actual name, but it didn't specify. It's a title to the entity that you don't even know.
Fantastic! Okay, I'll take a closer look at those 3 items that I got for signing my life away.
Absolutely. You got Soul Soap, a Feather Token Fan, a Stubborn Nail, and a contract.
What about the container?
The chest,
chest.
is gone.
Oh.
Been waiting a long time to have Johnny show up. Long time. Since Mark's been here for a minute, why don't we take this as a perfect opportunity while Fizz looks over those things to take
reads
a
his contract.
Yep. Let him read that a few hundred times. To take ourselves back up to the cliff face and jump a touch back in time to the night where Nithirn and Mowgli are entering their dreamscape together. One moment. Okay. So, as the two of you finally find your way to sleep, Mowgli passing out on the edge of the cliff after having lost his best bud Fizz. Nithirn, you reach out through the dreamscape to Mowgli's mind, correct?
Yep, correct.
Mowgli, as you were falling to sleep, and as you were drifting off, what were your thoughts around? What was your mood, your emotions?
Well, he was stressed. He was very concerned about his brother from another mother. He had anxiety, which he probably always has.
So then, Nithirn, as you enter Mowgli's dreamscape, it is not of fear or pain or torment, and you do not find yourself back in the Mithril Works, or the place underneath Holden. You do find yourself in the woods. Mowgli is afraid, worried. Not afraid, but worried, hungry. He is attempting to find food for himself as you step onto the scene.
Mowgli, may I enter?
Mowgli,
Here to help
okay.
you.
Mowgli need help.
Yeah. The do I sense his stress or his concern, or what do I get from him reading from him? Is that what I get?
Yeah, the gist.
Okay. Mowgli, let me help you. Come here. Come with me.
So Mowgli comes.
All right. You know, your dedication to helping Fizz is very admirable. I want you to know that I respect that greatly. Those are the type of friends. You're the kind of friend that Fizz needs. He's one that will lay himself out for others. I've seen him do things over and over again. Sometimes in ways that others might not do. It's his way. I always think about it as Fizz's way of doing things. But he always looks out for others. If not at first, in the end.
Fizz always help Mowgli.
He will. And he can always use your help as well. All of us can. You bring a great strength a great driving force that we can help. That we I want to say that will be of great help to us.
Mowgli want to help.
I know. You know, I got to give you another compliment too. I noticed you studying with Fizz. That will help me be able to get to know you better. I'm so sorry we haven't been able to communicate in any way. But do you understand the challenges that are between us?
It's hard for Mowgli to learn.
Understand. But just so you know, I don't know if it's been explained to you, but outside of the dream, in the real world, I can't hear. No sounds. I can't
Mowgli
speak.
not understand.
Imagine being hungry and not being able to eat.
Mowgli knows that.
When it comes to talking to others, that's me.
Oh,
I cannot hear you, and I cannot speak to you, except for those motions I do with my hands. If you learn that, that will allow me to talk to you. Or, as the example that we used, allow you to eat. The
Mowgli
words that I
glad
have.
he didn't eat Nithrin.
Well, that wouldn't have been probably very good for either of us. But I want you to know that I will never enter your dream unless you either ask me to or allow it.
Mowgli open book, nothing to hide. Always open.
I understand.
How much?
But
How much of this
it's a
will he
scary
remember?
thing. All of it.
Okay.
Yep, all of it like you had lucid dreamed.
Will he think it's a dream or will he think it's real?
You'll know it was real.
Okay.
I'm sorry, what was the last thing you said?
Last thing
Oh,
I said was how much of this he would remember and if he would know it was a dream.
Before that, I meant. Okay, but anyway.
Oh.
So this is a way for you and I to actually talk. So I appreciate you taking time.
Mowgli always want to learn. It's hard for Mowgli to learn.
Well, don't hesitate to let me know how I can help you.
Mowgli hungry.
Well, let's go find some food. You know what? So here's something we'll learn tonight. Think about the best food you've ever had. The most delicious, enjoyable meal that you've ever had.
White maggots, really good.
Well, look, right over there, by that log. What do you see? I'm dream directing.
Oh, Look like white maggot?
Well, let's go get some. I'll enjoy them with you. And that's what I'll do tonight.
So,
Just go with him to eat foods.
I guess the next question for you, Nithyan. Are you attempting to glean more by either you indulging in the food, or are you trying to glean more by letting him indulge?
I'm trying to learn more about him.
Okay.
I'm trying to direct it that way.
Got it. So, Mowgli, you go over, you see a wonderful pack of maggots, and you begin just feasting upon them. Nithyan joins you on this. And since this is the direction Nithyan has gone with the dream, Mowgli, the whole sense of what's going on around you is going to remain the same as if you're just enjoying maggots with Nithirn. But for Nithirn, however, she is going to see the scenery change around you.
This part you don't remember.
This part you will not, yes. Only Nithirn sees this. She has two ways of doing it, where she sees something about the person she's doing this with, or the person that is doing it with her sees something about her. So, what you see, Nithirn, you see Mowgli, but he's very hard to recognize. It's before all the torture, before the mutations, before the pain and anger. You see a young Grendel boy, and he's happy. He's playing with other mates, most of which are human. Seems Mowgli once had a life of some sort in some town somewhere. He wasn't always like this. He seemed keen, he seemed smart, quick on his feet, playing the games with the other children, besting them. Not just in strength, but quickness, thought, forethought. And his Grendel heritage was much, much closer to that of the normal races. His ears still elongated, perhaps half-elven, but that could just be the Grendel side of him. But he's amongst other humans. You see an elf boy, a little halfling girl. Hard to glean too much about his actual origin, but you see that he wasn't always like this. He wasn't always so limited, so brutish, so angry. And you watch them play for a while, before a woman in robes, hooded, just out of your view, approaches the kids, bringing them all what looks to be glazed bread. Mowgli takes the charge. He gets the basket and portions it out evenly to all the kids, being sure to share all with his friends. And then you both wake up.
So to add to it, you feel extremely rested. It was a pleasant, very pleasant dream for you, and you remember everything up to the eating of the maggots.
And despite sleeping on a rocky cliff edge and the trials and tribulations of the real world, you feel like you've gotten one of the best nights of sleep since you can remember.
Okay.
Then morning comes, and the group of you wake up on the cliffside. The weather is chilly and cold, but it's sunny, clear skies. Only a few clouds parting rays of light down into the camp itself.
I do a truncated prep, no workout, and then just reach out to Raoul. Raoul, are you up?
Yes. What's going on?
Oh, hey, Walker. But we better go save Viz, if he's not dead by now already.
I don't think he's dead.
I hope not either, because God knows what we'll do with Mowgli if Viz is dead.
Well, that would be your guys' problem.
Your tail's problem, probably.
I'd be able to outrun him.
Perhaps. Perhaps.
He has to sleep eventually. I don't.
Wizard, are you up?
Yeah, I'm up. Just got my
you need-
spells already.
You ready? Okay. And Xenix?
Yes, I'm ready whenever you all are.
Are you worried about going down there?
I don't know what awaits us, honestly. I'm
That's true. Good.
more concerned of finding a way to the anchor. But I've seen all of your abilities in combat thus far, and I'm not too worried. But I do feel myself growing weaker.
Wow. Did you see the anchor while you were down there? Or what are we up against?
So, like I said last night, there's a whole bunch of those. I don't know, those 3-armed, 3-legged things. I forget what fucking Fizz called them. They look like statues now, but they can turn alive. They're, what do you say? They use tremor sense, so becoming invisible doesn't make sense unless you can outrun them. I did notice that they can't run as fast as us, but that's also they don't even run. To be in fact, they more or less glide across the ground. They're kind of like those things that we fought in Senex's basement. They can move with the ground and move through it.
Oh,
That's how.
through the ground itself?
Yeah, that's how that one kind of. That's how that one followed me up the mountain.
Maybe we go back way. You say another way?
No, you need to walk up.
There's 2 ways. We already know there's 2 ways down there.
Well,
But
I can't jump down there.
Oh, we can walk down there. And to answer your other question, no, we never saw the anchor. We looked at the mine entrance, and there was 2 of those things in front of it. At the time, we only thought they were statues, and we found out later that they weren't.
Where did they take Fizz?
Probably into one of the encampments. It looks like there's no actual guards. It's just these things. And they thought we were just slaves as well or whatnot, so they probably just took him back into one of the encampments because they thought he was a slave trying to escape.
Well, I guess you need to take lead. Let us know where to go.
Sure, but
With Fizz
Just,
gone, you're the leader.
I'm no leader.
Well,
I'll help you guys out, but I'm definitely no leader.
I can't lead Mowgli, so that leaves it to you.
Like I said, I'll help. I'll do what I can, but I'm no leader. If things go south, I'm getting the fuck out. But yeah, let's go down there. The one. I think Wizrun was right last night. As long as we don't try to leave, these things won't fuck with us. So we might just have to just pretend that we're slaves. Who knows? Like I said, I didn't see any actual guards last night. There was no signs of them unless they live in the encampment as well and they were behind the walls, which is actually a pretty good possibility. But there was no guards last night of the human or humanoid type. So I guess we just go down there and find him. Maybe, I don't know. Unless you guys don't think that's a good idea. I'm speaking in sign languaging for Nith the whole time, so everyone understands.
Are you
what I'm
also speaking in common?
saying. Yeah.
Well, again, I can read your lips, so it's only
Yeah.
that Mowgli doesn't know what I'm saying unless you translate it.
Sure.
All right,
Mowgli, say we must save Fizz. We must go now.
We're going to save Fizz, okay? It's just, do we want to be sneaky about it? Do we just go in like we're just slaves? I don't know.
We go back way, and like we're slaves.
That's fine by me.
All right, right behind you.
Okay.
Unless Senix or Wizrun has a better plan.
I don't quite. It's not really.
Sorry.
Huh?
Okay. No, go ahead.
It's not really, I don't really matter. I'm sure we'll be fine.
Alright.
Wizard just says, yeah, I mean, I think if we just try not to run, we might be fine. Based on what you said last night. I would say we should try not to start any fights we can't handle.
True.
Not until we know more.
I'm just going to say this much. If this is the way we're going to do it, expect a very hard ride back up if we're going to try to escape. There's a lot of them, and they're actually pretty damn strong.
Well, perhaps if we find out what's going on with this anchor, we could solve more than one problem at once.
True. That is true. You guys keep on talking about this one in the water and how it changed the lake and whatnot. Maybe if we do something here, it'll do the same here, and these things will go away. Either way, I'm going into the anchor because what I want is in the anchor.
Follow Raoul.
Alrighty. Looking off the edge of the cliff then, Raoul, what side of the camp are you intending to come out on?
The same side that we went down there to scout last night, the back end of it.
The bottom left?
Yeah.
Okay.
You don't want the bottom right?
Well, the bottom right is not the back entrance, so that's what Mowgli said we should go through the back and act like slaves. The left is the back entrance. And from what I know as Raoul, they won't fuck with us until we try to leave, so.
Oh, okay.
Raoul threw out there, he was like, hey, what do you guys want to do? I'm not a leader. I'm not one who comes up with strategies and whatnot.
You're our leader.
For now.
Be ready for if shit goes south, Raoul just leaves your asses.
Mm-hmm.
See, he already knows he can outrun these fucking things.
So that gives me a couple hours while they make their way down.
Yep, so I was going to ask you, as they're making their way down, is there anything in particular you want to do, like one area you want to scout or get more info on, or anything like that?
I would like to speak with Karash York.
Alright. One sec, let me get over there. My map's being a little slow, but that's because this thing is huge. Oops. Alright, let me move you guys. Okay. You see that his team is kind of assembled around this campfire. Veer says she's kind of taken this position on this side so she can watch the building behind you all. Abri is ferrying hay and other wooden logs over to this massive pit. Irin seems to be using some sort of fire control or magic of some sort. And he is, blazing the flame and whatnot, and Karash just kind of chilling, keeping an eye out as you approach.
I really do think we would be better off surprising them now. And that way, when my friends arrive, it'll be a surprise as well. Double the surprise.
What
I
kind
just
of
feel
surprise
like
do you imagine? Because if you're
something
suggesting the
explosive.
5 of us take up all that, take ourselves against all this shit behind us, do you see the size of that fucking thing? Or those? Not to mention the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 or 6 statue creature things.
Mowgli say, "What about attack tower?"
Well,
This
Mowgli's
is
not
Fizz and
here.
Karash right now.
Yeah.
Oh,
The other group's still coming down the mountain.
Yeah. You know, I won a couple things with that, with a contract gambler. I have a couple of tricks up my sleeves that I think would be useful. I was thinking more of an explosion somewhere. That could be certainly done, I think.
An explosion might not be a bad idea. But we don't know how far your crew is off from getting here. We've made no plans with prisoners, guards, whoever's in the tower. It'll throw everyone into chaos without direction. I'm
Sometimes
down
the
for a
best
little
plan is
chaos if that's what
chaos.
you want, but
Sometimes that's the best plan. Throwing a little bit of chaos into the mix.
it could get your brothers killed, and I haven't found the defector yet. So I'd prefer, at least on my end, that I get a hold of this defector before we spread chaos and people scatter to the winds like rats.
Okay, I'm back. I don't know
Fine.
if I missed anything or not. I don't think I did, but
Fine. If that's what you want to do, it's fine.
I need to make sure my mission is secure before I do anything reckless.
Mm. Too bad. It would have been fun.
I still agree with the plan. It does sound like fun. But are you willing to risk the lives of your brothers in that chaos?
Mm.
This place is filled with murderers, thieves, all sorts of mages. Stuff hits the fan here. Who knows what they'll do to each other?
Well, they're probably already dead. If that's the case. I'm gonna take a look around
Okay.
towards the mountainside. Interesting. Hard to tell. I think I just saw one of their swords twinkle in the sun.
Perception check.
Looks like they're. I'm bluffing.
Or bluff. Okay, fair enough.
They seem to be coming down. I think they're gonna make a move on the tower. What is this? What is this nonsense?
15? Nope.
No.
That's not like you.
Nope. That was a 2 on the roll.
You got lucky.
Hold on.
But there's gonna be negatives because I'm trying to probably convince him of something that he doesn't really want to do. So
Yeah.
It's not just
Oh,
that.
well.
There's other people standing around there too. Just gotta check them real quick.
The Karst didn't fucking. He's like, I love this guy.
Wow.
Yeah.
If you exist.
This guy's pretty cool.
They
Or
all
else
have
believe
real
everything you
bad
say.
sense motives.
Fuck!
Oh,
Damn it. So funny.
Aaron! Smoky dude!
fire skin, dude.
They all have -1. Damn. Oops, his is still. I never turned him to public roles, or her. Alrighty. And that's for him calling bullshit. Sorry about the delay. Let me just get a couple rolls out of the way real quick. I got 4 sheets I'm managing.
Yeah, no. It's okay.
Crash is still like, yep,
It
yep.
Perception.
was just for a
Paying
second.
attention.
Oh, God.
Aaron,
You know who the
who
perception
called your
person
bluff? Seems a little presumptive that you'd know they're attacking the tower.
Makes sense to me.
Avery steps out and looks
Probably
out
where
towards
these
the mountains.
statues are under control.
I do see them. They're coming down the side now. They're still probably about half hour away.
Oh?
Be a good time to meet up with them. She goes over to Karash. More help would be good. You always are a tricky little bastard, Fizz. But I'll give you this one. You want to go set off a bomb? Good luck on your own. I have a prize to find first.
How many... So I'm not on that map right now. Can you move me to it?
Oh, did I never move you guys?
No, we're on the big
Oh,
map.
yeah. Whoops.
That's
Thought I
okay.
moved you guys.
That's okay. That's okay.
Let's see. I assume we're way the hell over here somewhere.
You
Where's
guys are
the
very
pond?
bottom left.
Okay.
In your imagination.
There we are.
What in the hell is this aura you've just done? What
It's
sort of
a
explosion
rain.
do you have?
What sort of explosion do I have?
What did I
sort
give
of
you?
Explosion do I have? What did you give me? What did I do?
Holy crap.
Um.
It's like a meteorite hit.
It's probably for his like instrument shit and whatnot, how far people can hear it.
Nope. You're
I'm genuinely
getting
terrified
closer,
of what
getting
I've given
warmer.
Fizz.
You've given me nothing.
Okay.
So, I'm gonna say, fine, and I'm gonna start moving. I'm gonna move 20 feet this way. And I'm going to cast Message.
On who?
My targets are going to be the spider, the spider, the Zorn, these elementals, this Zorn, and one more Zorn, because I can do 6. And
Yep.
I'm whispering to them, these prisoners by the fire seem to be trying to leave.
Okay. Firstly, what language are you using?
Common.
All right. Secondly, roll a bluff. Let me go see which ones understand common.
Well, it's a for somebody to listen in on what I said. It's a DC 25 perception check.
Yeah, no, there's no issue that
To hear
they're
it.
receiving the message. That's fine. I just have to make sure they can speak they understand what you're saying at all.
Okay, I see. You're getting me to roll bluff against them. Okay,
Yes.
there we go. There's the high roll I
There's your
needed
roll.
before.
Okay.
Interesting message since you're one of the prisoners next to the fire.
The other prisoners.
Oh.
Why would a good person who's reporting? Why would a good prisoner who's reporting the issue be?
Do they know it's from you?
I don't know.
Yeah.
They
Yeah,
just
like,
I mean, they
just
can
hear it.
reply.
it's another half-assed
I
idea.
love
it however
Fizz.
we
Fizz is
want.
just awesome. Constant
There's
trouble.
no way I can. We need some of them to be dead before you guys get here.
Okay. Now I have to check all their skills. One sec.
Making Navarre do all the hard work.
Yeah, it's good.
I have there's a lot happening on this field. I knew this kind of stuff was going to happen.
Big field,
Okay.
lots of entities.
Okay. Yeah, well, I mean, the stakes are high, so.
I'll take that order off. I was just trying to see what creatures were in my range.
Yep. If you want to start
Which
killing
six-
your circles,
What
too.
6 did you do?
I don't know how to delete those.
You should just be able to select them.
Yeah,
Box
pointer.
over. Or click the edge itself. The two Zorn just kind of come in close and glide over. Back to cells.
I'll start walking towards cells.
As you do, this one kind of skitters up in front of you, bearing down over you. Starts chittering a bit, and through the chittering you hear, perhaps. I think it's time. Gather them here in courtyard. You stay here. You all go with him. They do not resist at all. They're laying low. And then it lets out some sort of grumbling and gurgling in a language you don't know.
I mean, do I have enough time to cast comprehend languages to understand?
Would you like to cast magic in front of all of these things?
Probably not. No. How is their demeanor? Are they glaring at me?
The big one's skittering around and is going into the big area, but the rest of them seem to be gathering and making sort of a circle around this area.
Yeah, I'll just.
A few minutes later, and dozens of prisoners start to spill out and flood this entire area, mixing you in with the rest of the crowd. There is one man that is grasped in the spider's jaw itself, and it comes before the statue and drops him right here. Everybody else, let me do like... It's like a general cloud of people in that area.
Yeah.
And this takes a little while to get going and gathered and everything. Which is about the same time the rest of the group hits the bottom left of the map here. Now, since it's so big, if you just want to move as a group, I can move you guys all as a whole to make things a little quicker and easier until you guys get to the spot where you want to, like, be more individual. So as you all entered down onto the scene, just as you're coming down the last little rocky wall you're all climbing down, you begin to see this large gathering of people up there by that statue before you get too low and the wooden walls of one of the enclosures blocks the sight.
Well, who saw it?
Just your group as a whole.
Oh, okay. Well, where are we going, Raoul?
Like I said, in canvas, I have no idea where the heck he is.
But you just saw him.
Not
Or
him
you just saw
specifically.
you just saw
a
group of
large
people.
gathering of people.
Okay, got it.
Yeah, I don't know if that's him or not. We can start there, I guess.
Okay, right behind you.
Alright.
Alright, one sec. Need some ambience. Okay. So are you guys just intending to head towards the large group of people in general?
Yeah.
If there's anything up to this point that you guys would have done or broken off or split up, feel free to backtrack a bit and do so.
Mowgli
No,
tries to
Go ahead.
trip Raoul.
CMV check.
Why?
Which, if you go to the attacks tab, you'll see, like, it'll say melee ranged and CMB. You want to hit CMB.
Alright, how do I get there again?
If you need to open your sheet still, hold shift and double click on your token, and it'll pop your sheet up. You're muted, Fizz, if you're talking to us.
Shift double click. Okay, I got it.
And then on the
To answer your
attacks
question.
tab,
Yeah.
That's under character sheet, right?
Yep.
No, you want to go. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's
first he
attacks.
has to go to the character
Which
sheet
one?
tab.
Yeah.
Which
Attacks
one do I hit?
CMB.
Okay.
And to answer your question, Raul, you probably watched the session from Wednesday.
Huh?
Where Bagog grappled
Oh.
so many things. All the things.
Yeah, that was awesome.
Okay, that beats my CMD.
So as you guys are walking, Raul, you just fall flat on your face as your foot's taken out from under you.
What was that for?
Mowgli would just shrug his shoulders like he didn't know what happened.
What did I say to him?
Probably because you haven't saved Fizz yet.
He could have bit your tail off. That'd have been a lot worse. Believe me, he's absolutely thinking about it.
Good luck getting that tail.
Can I keep an eye out for friends approaching?
Yeah, you'll see them as they start to approach
Okay,
up.
so again, I'm gonna consider it worth the risk in front of, even though I'm in the crowd.
You're
of
in a
people.
large crowd of people, so you're pretty masked by magic.
Yeah. So again,
You better hope Mowgli doesn't see him.
so 160 feet out, I'm gonna send a message to all 5 of them.
Boy.
Karash York is here with a couple people after Wizard.
Nithyan does not hear this, but everyone else
No,
does.
Nithir does not hear it, I guess, so it's pointless to send it to her.
Oh, that's great.
Wizard can decide what to do for himself.
Great. That asshole.
Is there any way he can identify you by... Does he know what you look like?
Not that I'm aware of.
What are you guys talking about?
Oh, Karash is here, apparently, for some reason.
And does Mowgli know that?
Oh shit.
You just said, yeah, probably. This just told all of us,
Yep.
Shit.
using his magic.
Didn't even think of that.
Wiz, maybe you and Senek should hold back, not go all the way in with us. Go hide in those trees before we get close to the rest of the group.
Find a way to disguise yourself or something, Wizard. Unless they're detecting you by your magic ID? Question mark.
Good call. I'll see what I can do.
So
Also-
I have something else I would like to do.
Yep.
I'm going to try and just move kind of out of the view of Karash. Change my hat, change my appearance using my hat to
Yep.
just make myself look like one of the rabble.
You blend in
And
with
then
the crowd.
And I'm gonna try and reposition myself near Karash, and I'm going to have that stubborn nail ready.
Okay.
Am I able to pin somebody to the ground by putting that through their boot? Would be my
I
question, I guess.
Suppose so, but they could just take the boot
the
off
boot
at that
off.
point.
Yeah.
And it'd be an attack.
So it'd like negate a move action probably off of somebody if you
Yeah,
use it
okay.
that way.
So that's not as good as I was hoping for. Well, I'll still hang out by Karash. I might come up with something else then.
Okay.
Which is
So I'm trying to get Senex and Wizard to stay back out of the way.
Yeah, they'll hang back a bit more by these barrels in the well.
So Raoul, if Mowgli sees Koresh, I doubt we can hold him back.
Wizard will respond to Fizz because he's aware of this as well. Get Karash to change his appearance. We can't have him and Mowgli duking it out, ruining everything.
I signed back to Nith. What do you want me to do? It's Fizz's fault.
Wag your tail.
I'll message back to
Give him food. Give him food.
Wizrune.
Food. I don't have food.
Tail.
Give him something. Rations, anything.
I don't have food. That was on Fizz.
Is he able to do that?
Who?
Like, is Crash able to do that? Like, I send a message to Wizrune to ask.
Oh, oh. I don't know. I only know the guy from Holden.
At some point, we got to be approaching the danger zone.
Yeah. Other than one thing.
Yeah, all these small little bits of conversation are things that would be happening fairly quickly as you guys are walking up.
Yeah, I know. I know.
There is something going on here in the square, but I'll get to that in a sec.
Okay. Well, I obviously, let me know if I see anybody I recognize as we approach.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't really have a way of changing him other than like trying to pop my hat on him.
Or
Which
talking.
is going to be problematic when I'm standing behind him with it on, trying to not look like me.
Or talk to him.
Oh, yeah. Did you talk to him?
Is there somebody burly looking in the crowd?
Yeah, there's all shapes and sizes.
Yeah, like somebody that could actually maybe like threaten Crash.
Oh, threaten Crash? Absolutely not. He's still clad in weaponry and armor. Nobody else here has armor or weapons.
Okay.
And you've seen Crash in combat. There's no way anybody in this camp holds up to him except for maybe your group.
Yeah, okay. I'll send him a message then. And just say that I think I just saw your troll friend. Might want to reconsider your appearance.
Only because it's not time to cause the chaos, I suppose. And he casts chameleon scales, and he effectively changes the visage of his race to that of a human. He pretty much looks like a normal-ass human right now. Okay, so, as the group of you are all approaching that backside of the crowd, you see the man that has been put in front of this large elemental is thrown onto his knees. You see one of the Zorn come up and sit in front of him. And then this large elemental spider creature, it begins to make a series of rocks crashing together sounds. More of that language you guys don't speak. and it seems to be some sort of incantation or ritual of some sort. As it progresses, the Zorn moves towards the man, and the two of their forms begin to intertwine. Almost like they're merging of some sort. The man's skin becomes layered in stone and rock, and for a brief moment he almost looks like a statue as the Zorn more or less jumps inside of him. Nithirn, you notice Senex have to hold himself up against the barrels over here, and he seems like he's in pain or experiencing some sort of great emotion.
All right.
And then the statue crumbles. It breaks. You see the wispy essence of some amorphous form kind of disperse like water into the air. And there's a broken statue of a man, and the Zorn is gone as well. The large elemental creature.
Well, like, they sacrificed a Zorn and killed the man, kind of in one step.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
It seems we're still a bit off. Until your cells and until tomorrow's trial. Perhaps one of you will be ascended one of these days. Until then, count your blessings. And people, almost like they've seen this dozens of times before, immediately begin to just shuffle back off to their pens. And the elementals begin to disperse.
As the people begin to shift, I'll step away from Karash and shift back into Fizz.
Assuming we see you.
Yep.
Yeah, everybody begins to see each other as the crowd starts to funnel out.
What was that?
I don't know. Hello, Mowgli.
Good to see you're alive, Fizz.
Yes. Karash is here.
You're signing that, I hope.
Yeah.
Yeah. Raoul said that you told everybody that.
That was it. That was the process. The braided souls, they're causing it. I felt it. Their essences attempted to merge. My presence obscured it, denied it, prevented it from creating something different. The essence of that broken soul of a creature will find its way to some animal.
Is that good or bad?
This is horrible.
Hope somebody's translating. I assume it. That's how all those creatures are made?
I believe so.
Including Jarius. So Jarius was a prisoner.
It must have the chance to affect animals. Or people.
Okay.
Oh.
But being so close, I felt it. My presence, my being an emissary. It is stopping them, blocking them. Makes sense why they were appearing in the woods. That's where I was. I was calling that soul. don't know where it's gone, but there's likely to be a new hybrid somewhere in the area now. I don't know if it takes days or weeks.
About years.
I doubt that, but the longer this goes on here, the more those creatures will be created, the more people that will be lost. I suppose at least they're not succeeding in whatever they're trying to accomplish. That might be a worse fate.
We should get away from this creature in case he can hear us.
I'm sure we are fine. He's not talking very loudly.
Okay.
Creatures of this type are more in tune with the vibrations. Their sound, their hearing, much less. Well, welcome back, everybody. How have you all been?
Good. Do I know you?
He helped us
Yeah.
with civil.
You know me.
Ah. You looked different last time.
Well, Fizz, your team's here now. Where do we go from here? And for information's sake, Karash will begin to let the rest of his companions explain everything that you've heard up to this point in the session. How there's the different places being guarded with the various people. And they'll kind of throw all the information out there over the course of the next few minutes.
Are any of them healer types?
Maybe. Are you asking?
Yes, but it has to be translated.
I'll sign back at Nathir, and one of them is Bard. My friend here is wondering if you guys have any healers in your group.
Virsa speaks up. I don't really have any healing magic myself. I don't know for the others. Aaron says, healing? I burn shit to the ground, not heal it. And Abri just says, I'm not so much focused on that either. Sorry.
Okay. So
Well,
what's going on? What do we need? What's going on here?
well, there's the guards seem to be tightly guarded in this building over here. I think there's something going on underground, and of course, there's that tower over there. That's mighty interesting.
You mean these creatures aren't the guards?
They are, but they're not. They're not the Vith guard. The Vith who guarded the prison before kept it at that prison. Seems like these creatures are in charge more than anything else.
We need to get Senex to the anchor.
Yeah. Do you think going there would fix this problem?
I don't know. But whatever's going on here is causing all these problems. Would guess it's something to do with the gate, but maybe there's something else too. Don't know.
For my understanding, is Nithrian being translated for all the other NPCs?
Yeah. Well, I'm trying to talk to the other NPCs right now.
Am I being translated, or only you two is understanding me?
I'm trying to gauge whether or not I should be joining the conversation with all these people here, or if they can't understand it.
I only translate if I feel like if I need to.
Since we're talking about
think-
the anchor, Fizz is not going to be general group.
I would think they'd gather some, maybe not everything, but some of it.
No, they're not picking up sign language at all.
Yeah, if they
Zero.
don't know sign language, then they wouldn't know sign language.
They can't even comprehend language yet.
If Fizz isn't, I'm not.
Okay.
Look, I don't mean to be rude, but if we're gonna do something about this place together, perhaps we all talk in a way that we can actually understand. Karash says.
She can't speak common. I was just updating her on a couple things, that's all.
Yeah, but she can read your lips, so there's no need for you to sign back.
It's just being polite.
We're not in a polite situation right now. We're in the middle of enemy territory. Enemies surround us at all sides.
Yeah. Okay, well, yeah. We need to do something about this camp.
So you said there's guards, and there's a tower, and then there's something underground.
Yeah.
What do we do first?
I mean, the thing underground might be defended thing, and I'll have translated what Nithrian signed.
Okay. Aaron will speak up, and he'll say, well, as far as I can see it, I've seen all the guards over there. Gotten a couple peeks. Or at least heard them. There's definitely people in this section. I don't hear anything from there. And that door over there seems to be the forge of some sort. Maybe weaponry, maybe gear. Don't know. I'd imagine that's either some sort of quarters as well, perhaps a dining hall, maybe even some stores like it as well. Might be able to find gear and equipment for whoever the hell we're having start this little rebellion. Virsa speaks up. And the tower, well, if that's the Shaper's tower, he may still be inside. He's a powerful wizard. He might be able to help. Might even have some of his most elite guards in there. I've seen movement and light inside, but nobody's come out. Abri speaks up and she says, and as far as I can tell, the southern cell blocks are mostly empty. If it's anything like what happened to that friend there in the square, they've tried this a lot. Or perhaps it wasn't full to begin with, but there's still a whole lot of people to worry about and up over here. So I guess that leaves it to be questioned. Do we give a damn about anybody here? Also, during this whole thing, you've noticed Wizard has just kind of slunk off into the background, not saying much at all.
That I've been standing in front of him on purpose.
Yeah.
If you have not noticed that.
Well, I mean, I could go take a quick inventory, see how many people are willing and able to fight if we were to get them weapons.
I'm sure there's... Abri speaks up. She says, it seemed like there were a whole lot of people. I don't know how many are willing to fight, though. Uh, yeah. We also don't know what all them brands are on them.
Hmm.
Wait, there's brands on them?
Yeah. Lettering. I think it denotes what they're able to do.
Oh.
I saw one of them glow. It was an M.
What was he doing?
Casting detect magic.
Who did?
M for magic.
Well, or mage maybe.
Maybe.
Seemed like the sort of fellow.
Who cast detect magic?
This was a person before you got here. It was just
Oh, okay. Okay.
just one of the regular slaves here.
Oh, you guys are taking a canyon of additional people.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you said there's guards here. They have a tendency to like to help me. What if we go
This
for
is
them?
very true.
Yeah, they do love you.
Mm-hmm.
The other, what was his name? The guy that we should know his name. It's on the
Do you
tip
think
of
you're
my
gonna
tongue.
get inside that building, Nithir?
What building? I don't know which building they're in.
That building that's to our north, right? That's behind the pedestal, pointed out by the giant rock spider.
Well, if I can see in, I can get in.
Hmm.
If it's not guarded.
Well, I mean, there's those creatures are guarding it. I don't know if they're going to be able to see you or sense that you've, I assume, moved somehow in there. Can you take anyone with you?
No.
Do you have any paper left?
To write a note? Of course.
Yeah, well, I'm just thinking like, if you go in there by yourself, it won't much matter if you can't communicate with them.
Oh, you thinking they can't read?
Well, I'm sure one of them can probably read, but I was just asking because if you didn't have paper, then there was no point.
No, I do. But I can only do it once, so... Well, I'd have to wait a few hours before I could... come back out.
Well, I mean, if we want to try that and you get in there successfully, any time to go around and maybe let people know. I think the more people we have, the better the outcome is going to be.
I could always cause a little bit of a distraction, Aaron says. I could smoke out the place. Give you guys some cover to slip in.
I am pretty sneaky.
I'm kind of light on my feet. I don't know about Mowgli, though. Mowgli, can you be quiet? Mowgli, very quiet.
Is this a building in here? Up here? That with a roof, or is that just open yard?
Huh? Hold on. That's oops. Should be a roof.
There we go. So I don't know what That's fine. Good. I don't know what's in there. Except for what they're saying. Well, if you can get the door open or a window, I don't know if there's windows, I can get in.
Do you know if there's windows? Etherin or I'll probably get his name wrong.
Aaron.
Aaron. Sorry, I was just saying Cinderskin because of the overlap. I'm sure
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
not his name.
Well, there's not much in the way of windows, but we can always peel back a little of the roof if we have to.
That's true. Can you get on top of the roof, Nithyan?
I'm sure I can.
I can easily get up there as well.
What's the building made out of?
Looks like stone, wooden roof.
I can get up there.
Well, if there's a way to get allies that may even know this place, that might be an advantage to help us.
Yep.
At least we could get some knowledge.
Unfortunately, I can't really get up to that roof.
Do we
Could be
all
the-
really need to get up there? If we're just trying to make contact, we just need to get one person inside, maybe two.
Yeah, that's true.
The more we take, the more we risk being seen.
True, I would touch it.
Very true.
I was just saying I could easily climb up there.
You guys aren't very tactical, are you?
Not really.
No.
Karash getting his digs in where he can.
I can provide the distraction if Aaron is going to go with you, unless you can provide that ahead of time.
So which building are we trying to get in?
Oh, I can do both at the same time.
Well then, try to maybe get a count of how much weaponry is in there, and if you are able.
Oh, I thought you said there were people in there. The guards.
There are people in there, Nithir, but there's also some. We're pretty sure that's where the armory is for this place, in one of the attached buildings. I think. Do those buildings look attached? Are they attached? Yeah, they look attached.
They all look attached.
Yeah. So,
Well, the one on the right has the biggest elementals. The one on the... So... Then there's the one north, straight ahead. Which one are you thinking?
which one
Who
do you
you-
want to go into,
Oh.
Aaron?
I'm fine with wherever. I think any of the things might hold interesting stuff. Though it's doubtful they have people in the forge area, the far right one. But we might find other goodies in there. Especially if I can get that forge going.
Might also be easiest to, if you are somewhat caught, to sort of try to blend in with the Vith there in the building right in front of us.
I don't think I blend much in with Vith.
No, but maybe these creatures can't really distinguish too well between the races. Maybe they don't care that much.
Alright. Call the action. Let's do it.
On
you need to
that
go out?
note, Fizz, or anybody really, if you want to do knowledge local or knowledge planes, you might be able to glean what some of these people are, because none of them are human.
Ooh.
Brody, come.
I can do local.
You already know Karash is a half-orc, but...
Come on. I won't. Come on.
Bad roll. Bad
Locals
roll.
untrained. I usually play that. I don't do local anyway.
Raoul!
Raoul.
You recognize all of these races, actually. You've studied a lot about elements and elemental energies and stuff, and they all seem to have various connections in some way. You know Karash is a half-orc, he is what he is. But Virsas is a div spawn tiefling. Normally they don't have quite as dark blue skin, but their skin comes in variants. Her horns are what really give her away. And the divs are a set of outsiders that you, with the local, don't really know too much about. But somewhere in her ancestry she had div. Erin is a soot soul seal. Oops.
I don't even know what the fuck a seal is.
Sile. And the whole subsection of Siles all are people who have been, in some way, shape, or form, in their heritage or ancestry, influenced strongly by various elemental plane. In this case, the ash for him, as he is a soot soul. And then Abri is also a another type. One sec. They go to the journal. And her typing is called a Spicel. And they are inherited from those of salt-like nature. And now, you guys get that entry.
A spicel what?
It's still a seal. That's a different variant.
Okay. Yeah.
And you get that entry. And a div spawn is just a base SRD thing.
Mm-hmm.
But these other two are custom races.
An interesting group we see ourselves working with.
Erin sort of looks over at you, Nithrian. So, can you make it to the roof from here?
No, I had to be a little closer.
Alright, let's
how
take
high
a
is
walk
the roof?
then.
How high is the roof?
It's about 15 feet off on the edges. Closer to
Okay,
20 on it.
So I need to just, 40? What is my range now? 40 foot? 35 foot?
Let's just take a little walk then. Let's see, what would be the best way? Yeah, around that corner should be fine. About here. Can you make it from here?
25 foot nor.
Oh, okay. You have to be much closer. So he brings you over here, kind of behind these carts of hay. He says, "All right, now I'll create a bit of a distraction, and we'll just pop up on those roofs there. Preferably, we can maybe get to the backside, and then we can pick and choose which one we want to go in." All right. So Irin is going to use his smoke cloud ability. And this causes part of the nearby fire to extinguish and fill in a giant cube of burning smoke that billows out in this whole area around this fire for a while. And almost in the same moment, his entire body evaporates into ash, like he had just been burned to a crisp in an instant. And then there's a bit of reapparition of the ash, and he appears on the roof.
Okay. And then you're gonna have to move me because the roof. I go under the roof.
So you do. There you go.
Okay.
And then he quickly scurries to the other side of the peak.
Yep, I follow. All right. We can't speak, so I'm just kind of.
All right. Well, do you want to check this one first? I don't imagine we'd have any trouble checking all of them. He gets kind of to the back, further corner, where noise would be less heard. You see him. Let's see. What can he do?
Let me roll my minutes.
His hands begin to ignite in flame as he begins to press them up against the roof, and parts of the roof begin to burst into fire, crackle, but he seems to be able to control it at the same time, and he just burns his way right through with a hole in the roof.
Okay, and is it a hole so that I'll be able to lower myself down and then get back up as well?
Yeah, you'll be able to
Okay.
get back out. And for now,
Alright.
I'm just gonna yeet this roof over into the woods. So I guess you would have done it a little further down because of the wall, but... Right. Well, ladies first.
So I just start looking around, see what there's looking for people.
He hops down too.
I'm looking for people, not looking for anything else.
So you see no people. But you do see two massive forges that seem to have complicated mechanical bits. But there are many runes inscribed across them. This clearly has some sort of magical properties. Couple of large anvils, large piles of what looks to be metallic ores that have yet to be refined and processed. Some ores that have been processed. Over towards the door, you see what looks to be a case of tools for smithing, hammers, things of that nature. Including looks to be a manual or book of some sort. Stuffed kind of underneath a couple of aprons.
Okay, so I'll just pull out. Nope, no one here.
Fizz is not dead. Muffins, he survived.
You muted or
He's
you're
with the
talking
rest
to
of the
someone
group.
else.
I was talking to Muffins.
Okay.
All right. So the two of you pull back out. Irin seems rather taken by the whole forge as a whole, and he studies it for a while you're looking around. But as you begin to go climb back out, he comes and catches up and follows.
Okay.
Although Yeah, he just turns into ash again and appears at the top of the roof again.
If it's not that tall, I'm probably tall enough just to almost reach up or jump reach.
Yeah, between the pile of rocks and, there's like a few, metallic hooks on the wall and stuff, and there's plenty. And the walls themselves are mostly cobbled together, so there's outcroppings. So there's plenty for you to, in one way or another, find your way up.
Okay.
And in a similar fashion, he goes to the back corner. And burns another hole right on through. And in this room, you see mostly mining equipment, but there are racks of weaponry and armor. This looks like the equipment stores for sure, but it also looks like it served as where some of the processing of the stuff mined was done. You see various tools lying about, half worked on.
Look around briefly.
Lumps of metal, gemstones in one of these baskets. But no people.
Again, I look at the gemstones, don't even pick them up.
Yep.
Just look around.
Ear
Hold
and
the
pockets
note.
a few.
Nope, nothing here.
All right. Well, onward. And poof, he's back on the roof. In a cloud of smoke and ash. And similarly, he burns through this roof. And in here, you see a large number of arbiters, although they do not have their gear currently on. They just look like Vith. But you can see that there's, these wardrobes over here, likely where their gear is and stuff. They've got meager amounts of food and stuff. No beds, but it doesn't look like they've made any bedding anywhere anyway.
Okay.
Irin stays on top of the roof for this one.
So I jump down
Yep.
onto the barrels and just step forward.
A few of them turn and regard you with curiosity and confusion.
Hold up the paper and write in Elvish, I guess, right?
Sure.
Who represents?
This man, they seem to take you as being quiet, as them not speaking either, and this one just walks up to you quietly, looks at the paper, kind of reaches for it, and the pen, or the quill, to see if he can reply.
Yep.
Puts it on the table next to him and begins to write.
I stop him. I can read your lips. You can speak.
Ah, right. I thought we were being quiet. We still don't really know what's going on. Monsters, a few weeks ago, busted up out of the mines, killed many of us. We are mostly what remains. We haven't tried to make our escape. One fool did, but he was quickly met with a swift end. We have our gear and we have our magic, but we fear the numbers that we've seen outside. We're surviving off the supplies we have here, but they're dwindling. We've had no contact with the Shaper, Eosena. Last we knew he was up in his tower, along with two of the more, I guess, higher-ups of our crew here. None of us are... We just want to get out of this alive at this point, to be honest.
We're here to fix what's going on. Who knows the most about this place?
That would be Shaper Eosena for certain. He oversaw this prison before it became our own prison. He knew why we were here, what we were doing. we're just arbiters. We just follow orders, but if anyone's gonna know anything, it's gonna be him.
She's sincere thinking for a second. Are you safer here or up to join a raid on the tower? Stealth.
Let me check their magic. For a short period of time, we could become invisible. We can move distances. We're all trained in that sort of magic and arts. We could force a raid on the tower, but I would fear what sort of chaos would come afterwards. But we might be able to buy you some time to get in and talk to Olivan.
Is there a secret way into the tower?
Afraid not. It's a Shaper's Wizard's tower. There's only one way in and one way out. Barring breaking a wall or something, but good luck getting through his protective magics for that.
How well guarded is the tower?
We haven't been out of this chamber since we got imprisoned. We know the creatures can feel the ground, so we've avoided leaving even though we can go invisible. That's the tactic, well, our former companion tried to use. He didn't get very far. We've just been lying low since.
Could one keep watch and you all be ready if we create a disturbance and draw the creatures away?
I mean, we can prepare ourselves, yeah. How many of them are you? Are you alone? Who are you, even? What's going on?
Let's see, what's the...
I mean, no disrespect. We clearly see you're one of the elders. That's why we've been so forthcoming, but...
Yeah, no, I'm trying to think of the name of the Shaper. And
he said it a number of times, Olivan.
Not your Shaper, the other Shaper.
Oh, the other one.
Ogata, I think.
What is his name?
Ogata, I think, right?
Ogata.
Maybe?
Yeah, Menshak Ogata.
Ogata. I'm trying to find it in the list. I can't find him anywhere. Anyway, I have come from opportunity. Shaper, you said Ogata?
Yep.
Sent us to help his... what's this one's name? Just pop them both up. That way I'll know them better. Olvin's the one here, right?
Yeah.
Alright. Shaper Ogata has asked our assistance to help Shaper Olvin. They don't always get along, but they are brothers in spirit. I think that's true, isn't it? Didn't he say they were brothers? I can't say a lie, so I'm only saying what I think I remember.
He didn't specifically say they were brothers, just that they were both Shapers. Was the closest connection he ever gave. He may have used the term brothers as a comparison, but
okay, they are both Shapers. They may not get along, but I'm sure no one wants what's going on here. I gotta absolutely be telling the truth. Whatever I'm saying, I'm telling the truth.
Yeah, I mean, and it's your perceived truth too. Like, you can still be wrong and tell the truth.
Right.
If that's what you believe is right or true. He says, look, I don't really care for politics, especially at the moment. If a Shaper sent you, that's good enough for me. If you guys start some sort of riot out there, well, I guess we'll join the fray.
Be ready. Have a look
We
out
will.
through this hole above, and we'll leave.
We have our ways.
All right, and then I go back up.
All right. Well, seemed like a nice chat you had there.
We will have their assistance, but we need to create a distraction. I write that in common.
Easy enough. I'm sure we can figure something out between the group of us.
Yeah, let's make our way back. I follow.
Poof, poof.
I'll just kind of jump down off the edge
Yep.
over here out of
Anything
view, and I just walk back up.
the rest of you have been doing while they went on their little scouting mission?
How long do we have?
They were gone maybe 10 minutes tops.
I don't know. I might wander off and just poke my head into the row, like into a couple pens, just to look for my brothers.
Okay. Make me a perception check.
Perception. Nope.
Poke your head in a few of the cells, kind of peek around, look. You don't really see them.
Okay.
Well.
Yeah.
Might be dead.
He's confident they're dead.
Getting convinced.
Yeah.
Would be
Karash and his crew more or less just hang out. They don't have anything particular to say.
Maybe back towards the fire.
Yeah, they'd probably wander over there.
Yeah. All right.
Come, Tyween. We have notes to take.
Tyween?
Tyween.
He says as he looks at Wizroom, come on.
Where did you get the name Tyween from?
I mean,
He's
we
heard
told
it
him
before.
about Tyween.
Yeah.
Yes, of course. I am your scribe, and I am here for you, sir.
Well, when I get back, I'll explain to him. Well, I gather the group together. The Shaper is in the tower, along with who did he say the other person was? His assistant.
He said likely some more of our higher-ranking arbiters.
Yeah, the Shaper and probably some of the more powerful arbiters are in the tower. There are arbiters in the building directly to the north. They're watching for us. If we want to make an attack on the tower, if we can create a huge distraction someplace to draw these creatures away, they will come and help. But he reminded us that they can feel vibrations, so I don't know what their distance is for some of the bigger ones, but some of the smaller ones, or even who knows if there's something underground.
Good, so we just gotta spread a little chaos.
Or a lot of chaos while we make a run at the tower. Unless somebody has there's probably no other way except through the front door due to the protective magic. But they probably know the most about this location compared to everybody. these creatures came from. He said the mines. Did he say?
Yeah.
From underground. These creatures came from underground or the mines. So I'm betting that's where we need to go eventually. But it may be good to go to the arbiters first. Up to you, Fizz. Put you right back in control. We're here to stage a coup. They're probably better on our side than not on our side.
Yeah. I mean, do we want to maybe?
And if it
Oh,
gets
and
any of them killed, that's less of them around.
Yeah.
And there's weapons in the middle building and a forge in the far right building. With a lot of cool stuff. Fizz, you probably would have seen a lot of things you like there. Raoul, you too.
Well,
Astron.
I wasn't really looking for it.
I don't know.
That's all I care
Are
about.
you feeling anything, Raoul?
While he's thinking, I'm going to reach down to the ground and just kind of round by round feel the ground for movement in any direction.
Have I
Yep.
20
felt?
foot radius.
Have I felt anything with just my my basic reading?
Not within 30 feet, but roll an astrocraft check if you want to extend your senses.
The minute we start talking about Astron, he does.
Did you say Astron?
Did someone say Astron?
Hey, Raoul.
Mm-hmm.
There be Astron somewhere that way.
Aye,
There's
matey.
also a powerful reading from below you as well, distantly, but
Yes, I'm interested now.
Well, the tower seemed heavily. This thing, guard post seems heavily fortified. But that mine, at least when we came in, there was only 2 of them there.
Well, if they came from there, there's probably more.
Yeah.
I could always go ahead.
Are you against getting the help from the Shaper?
I'm not against. I'm just thinking, is the help worth the cost that I think it's gonna take to get there to the Shaper?
What does it matter? We can round up a handful of prisoners, tell them to run for their lives. That'll create a distraction. They'll get cut down, we'll get in.
Well, perhaps there's a better way.
I mean, if you're not, I don't know. I don't know if there is a better way. Maybe there is.
You did say they chased you, but they didn't kill you.
I feel like after what we just saw, that might not always be the case.
True.
You know what?
But I...
Let me see. You, Aaron.
Actually, after seeing that, I'm surprised that wasn't you. Did you try to escape last night?
Senex
Yeah.
says, I would imagine if they're trying to perfect some sort of whatever's causing these braided souls, they wouldn't want to kill them. That's killing a subject.
It's true.
Aaron goes, yeah?
Yeah, Aaron.
What's up?
I saw you did some weird stuff with the fire.
Sure, we'll call it that.
How far away can you light something?
Oh, let me think. Boo boo, how far can he throw that? I mean, reliably, I can throw some fire about 60 feet, but depending on how big the target is, I could probably throw it from much farther.
The target I'm thinking of would be pretty small. So you would only have to hit the one. I think if you're talking about throwing fire, you'd probably only have to, get close to it. Let me, you know what?
Virsus kind of steps up and she says, I can shoot this bow a real awful distance, and I'm pretty accurate with it. In fact, probably guarantee a shot.
Could you hit the base of that tree over there? The big one?
Easily.
Could you hit something even farther away?
Oops.
Ooh.
Hold on. My thing's lagging out a little.
Yeah.
I could probably easily hit where that damn merchant was.
Okay. I think you're gonna be the one then.
What am I hitting?
Whoa.
Perhaps you should tell us all what the plan is.
Yeah. I mean, I do have a couple of. I think I already mentioned this to Karash and them, but I do have a couple explosives on me from that alchemist. And I could certainly supply an arrow that would maybe light it on fire if it hits.
That'll work then, for me, Thyrsa says. So what are we blowing up?
And what are we doing when it blows up?
I'm hoping the Zorn go to investigate, and we can flip past them into the tower.
So you're gonna blow up something close to the tower to try to sneak into the tower?
Yeah, I was thinking about that pile of logs down by the circle or the square.
Aaron speaks up. He says, if we wanted to cause a little bit more destruction, we could target one of the walls of these wooden palisades. Give the prisoners something to be afraid of, get them all worked up. I'd work up more of the guards. Maybe a couple people burn, but that's alright. Virsa says, and if I can get up on this ridge up here, at the base of the tower, I'll have a good shot to wherever we want.
I'm just kind of here in case shit goes south.
How far away can those creatures there pointing to the Zorn sense movement?
Well, I was booking it from them, and they were sort of always able to keep up with me and find me, so at least 80 feet. Maybe a little bit less, I don't know.
So let's set up someplace away from them and do your distraction, whichever one you're doing.
I think the logs being close would be better. I don't know that these people seem pretty downbeaten. I don't know that they would necessarily get riled up at some of them exploding.
If only we had a master of revolution here.
Tim, no.
I mean,
Wrong
No.
universe.
Raul is not that.
now, I mean, it would take me some time, but I'm sure I could convince some of the people to maybe make a run for it. But, like I said, don't think there's a guarantee that they won't get hurt by those creatures.
Are we fighting the creatures? I'm trying to figure this out what our plan is.
We're trying to sneak past them, but we need to get them off of their guard post somehow. Create some
Alright.
sort of distraction.
I don't think we're gonna sneak past them.
Unless they walk away.
Create a big enough explosion, and you will.
That would do it.
Anything is possible, my friend. I've been into a couple parties I wasn't supposed to be in.
Barbecue?
You just gotta know when to make your move.
Who hasn't done that? I've broken into houses.
Well, let's see what happens. Let's do it.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. I think the explosion is gonna be quicker. So, and I've got more than enough, I think, to do this more than once if we need to.
Where'd we all
The
go?
first thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go around and actually take a peek into that pen just to see if anybody's still there.
There are very few people in that pen, but there are some.
I mean, I'll look around to see if any of them are brothers.
Perception.
I'm in there anyways. Nope.
Do not see your brothers.
So we're positioning here, and these are the logs he's blowing up. Why would we be standing here?
I just brought you over by the logs.
Well, I gotta set stuff up, so.
Okay, so you're setting up stuff on those logs.
Yeah, I'm just trying to keep all the tokens.
Stand over here by that tent on the other side, right? In order to try to sneak past if all the creatures go that way.
Yeah. You guys, I'll just, you guys might want to,
Hang out over here.
move on over to another pen.
Alright, look. So, say you get in here, say it causes a distraction, and you go and you see the Shaper. What's after that? Because when those, based on what you guys just said, when that explosion happens, those Arbiters are going to flood out and start attacking. We're going to have full-scale pandemonium on our hands. Just hope it's something you're hoping to gather from him? Get his aid or what? Where are we going after that?
He ran this place, did he? Somebody has to translate, of course. Have to be Raoul, because business.
Yeah.
He ran this place. I would think he would know a lot about it.
Is that gonna matter when his Arbiters are dying on the line, when explosions are happening outside? Who knows what the prisoners are gonna do? You gonna just sit there and talk to him while everyone dies outside?
What are you suggesting?
I don't disagree that the Shaper might know things. Just saying, if we're gonna cause a giant explosion like this, we better have a plan of what we're doing after.
I mean, I assume I come up with this. I mean, that's a good point. Like, so we get inside, but I mean, if those arbiters go out and attack, if they take that as the signal, I'm sure that's what they would assume. Like, they're probably, if we're not out here helping them, they're probably toast.
Well, do you suggest we just start a battle then? If we all hit one at the same time? Or do they have a way of calling each other?
They can yell at each other.
They can yell at each other. They move pretty quick, so it doesn't take long for them to call everyone in.
So
They don't move that fast. I outran them.
So we're talking, if we do this, we're talking a battle. An all-out battle.
And the small guys are pretty tough as well.
And there's that big one.
Big
And there could
one.
be more.
Yeah.
2 smaller ones.
Well, what if we just save your big explosion till something else is needed? And we just find a way to make them chase someone. They don't seem to. They just throw you in the pen, right?
I mean, yeah. They beat me almost an inch of my life, but yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, not that then.
No, Mowgli do.
Virsa says, well, I'd say regardless, set your explosives. I can hang out in the area with a shot to it. If anything goes wrong, I could just start the chaos.
Do we have to do this today?
Well, they're gonna keep killing people.
Yeah. But We can do this like tomorrow. I'm just thinking at night. Okay.
Oh, I see.
I kind of got a feel for these things. I kind of know how they work. Maybe. And that tower looks like it's made out of stone. Question mark.
Yes.
Magically protected,
Magically
according to the arbiters.
protected.
So
All
you're
right.
not going to get through there through stone. We have to go through
I
the
could
door.
climb it. What about the windows? I could climb it, go up to a window.
There are no
I think what
windows on this
Nithir is
tower.
trying to say is she doesn't think that your climbing thing will work. However that works.
It's not
You're
magical.
You're welcome to try. But
I
I
mean, you
imagine
can try if you
Arbiter
want.
has it protected.
I think there's probably a way for you to get up there. You can just climb up those rocky mountains to a section that's probably not guarded too well. Do you want to try that? I mean, we can. If we want to try that, and just in case, I mean, I can set up the explosives, and we can, shit goes sideways. We've got that at least, and then the rest of us, I guess, just prepare to make a strike at some of the creatures, which creatures do you think we should try and go for?
Well, from what I see here, if we can see this, if we can get
Yeah.
up on that platform there somehow, we really only have the two by the door that we have to worry about. If we can get them quick enough or draw them away.
And if you do that explosion thing, I'll tell you what. Me and my crew will deal with the ones coming by the door, and we'll deal with any more that come up. We'll give you guys enough time to get in,
Okay.
and you'll have maybe a minute or two tops to talk to that shaper before we're overwhelmed, I imagine. By then, you're going to need to get the hell out of there, and we're going to need to figure out where we're going next.
I would say to the
I
mine.
mean, I think the next place we're going is underground. If we can't,
Then we'll give you that distraction. We'll raise hell out here. You get the information you need and get out.
okay. Veeks? Is it Veeks or the archer name?
Huh? Fiercess?
Virus. Yeah. Here's the arrow I want you to use. I put. I tried to make them a little hidden so that they don't stick out too much. But I mean, there's 7 of them over there. And I've marked it on the map with green drawing. Here's the arrow I think you should use. Or, damn, it's a crossbow bolt. Are you good with crossbows?
I don't have one, but I prefer my bow. That's fine. I can shoot it. I'll get it off.
Here. You can have this one. And I pull out my regular vanilla light crossbow.
No. I'll be fine. You see, she pulls the longbow off her back, and as she goes to pull the drawstring, a flaming arrow just apparates in it knocked. I'll be fine.
Oh,
Holy crap, that's a nice
okay. I see. Okay. Cool. Yep. Okay, so where are we hanging out while we wait to see what creatures are we swinging?
Let's go
swinging at?
around the backside and see if we can climb up. If Raul can climb up, he can lower rope. The rest of us can go up. We wait until they do their distraction, then we go in.
Okay, sounds good to me.
So
All
we go
right.
back here.
Kinda
We go
by the
back here.
fire.
We'll be in
I'm
the
thinking
front.
back here. By this big orange tree.
Senex just says, perhaps I'll go be and wait by the mines, just in case. I don't want to slow you all down if we have to make a run for it.
That makes sense.
Don't worry, I'll blend in.
I mean, you should probably go there too.
Let's go, old man.
So we're going back where I'm at, back by the edge of that orange tree. We should be able to get up there.
Sorry, I
with,
thought you were.
Raoul.
I thought you were back with.
You going north or south?
Yeah.
North?
Where are you guys
Yeah,
at?
good.
We're lost. The map is too
No,
big.
back over here, the big orange tree in the lower right-hand corner. I pointed it out, so we all
Oh,
agree
okay.
where to go. I
Yeah, it's
physically
just I'm
pointed.
having issues seeing where your token is.
I know, it's a big map.
So you're thinking like down here, basically.
Yeah, come down there. We'll climb up.
Where are you thinking?
All
All right, just put me over there. I don't have any idea where the hell he wants to go. Oh, I see.
Yeah, he went east. Yeah.
She.
All right. Now these guys
Can you
do have
move
tremor
can you move
stunts
Mowgli?
to some form.
Yeah, in a sec. I'm trying to move everyone else. All the NPCs. As you guys are all parting ways, you just hear Karash, Chronozone to me! And you see out of a horrid-looking hellgate, Chronozone appear.
When Raoul climbs up and then lowers the rope, then the rest of us should be able to climb up the rope.
Yeah.
Do we want to wait for him to try and
Well, if I'm measuring
try his
distance,
ability on the tower, or
measuring my, we could, yeah, but I don't know. Were there windows on the tower?
No, there are no windows on the tower.
Up to you. If you want to try climbing the tower and doing something, that's fine.
yeah.
So they're waiting over there. The distraction's waiting till we give them a message, let's say, or a flag.
I don't think I can do a message.
Or just flag
maybe.
them.
You see that they've all readied themselves to give a little bit of a description to their crew back there. Viersas is way off in the corner, ready to shoot the explosives. Karash has Chronozone by his side. Irin has created a whip of pure flame that he is now holding. And Abri becomes dorned suddenly in... what is it? Essentially full plate, but it looks like it's made of water that completely surrounds her as she pulls out her tower shield and a hold on, what is that thing? And there's been a crown of steel with little miniature mithril swords that's been on her head. She pulls that off, and it becomes turned into a sword of crowns, or what's it called? Crown of swords, as it manifests into a mithril sword. And then they wait for the message.
Or the flag. We can't do message.
Or some sort of flag, yeah.
Alright.
Who flags?
Okay, do your thing, Raoul, whatever you think you can do.
All right. Let's see. See if I can even do this. Just gonna move over and be like, All right. And that's when he does a full round action. This is technically a full round action for elemental overflow. so that he doesn't take any points of burn by doing the earth climb.
Yep.
And he'll just. I'm gonna. You know what? Speed. Can they? All right, so we can technically see this one right here.
Yeah.
Isn't it? Is it in its statue form or whatnot?
Yes, but you know it's a creature.
Yeah, I know it's a creature.
It hasn't started moving towards us.
But
Correct.
I've interacted with them enough to know that only one of them ever really came after us because we got too close to them. And that was
Correct.
within like 60 feet or whatnot, because Fizz had to use his detect magic. But when we were a good distance away from them, they never detected us. So he's gonna roll. I'm gonna stealth it still, but he's not gonna be too worried.
Okay.
As long as you don't move closer to him.
No.
All right.
And he'll just walk over. And then he presses his hands against the rocky wall and sees if his technique works. It's
Your-
supernatural.
Your hands are pressed against rocky wall, but do not meld into them.
Damn it. Oh, that plan failed.
Also, like the other Shaper Tower that you know you've seen, it is of similar make with the black, almost polished like stone, where it rises up and twists like a spire.
Alright, so I can't climb it.
Okay. Are you ready?
Yep.
Fizz, you're muted, I think.
Yeah, sorry. I guess I'll try and then. And I'm gonna be moving stealthily.
Did you flag him to start the whatever already? You're not moving closer, are you?
In order so that we flag them.
Just
Probably. Like, I don't know that they can actually see us.
They can
Are
see
they
you that
able
far.
to see us? Oh, okay.
As long as you're not at least that far over. They have line of sight up there beneath that tree. But they can't see anything past where you guys are now, because that's the walls blocking.
yeah,
So you'd have
we
to come
should
down
be
here
over by-
somewhere.
We'd be by the tree, we said, so if we go right down here, they should be able to see us.
Yeah.
And they know to watch for you. So like you see Irin watching, and Abri up that way. Karash has his back turned with Chronozon. They're ready for what comes behind them, but
Well, we're probably gonna have to deal with the ones by the door. So, do we want to get into position and then flag?
Well, I'm kind of hoping they would be drawn away. We don't want to draw them towards us, we want to draw them away.
Yeah, I suppose. Not necessarily, though. Okay, well, I guess we're doing this. I'll wave.
all right. So, firstly, aside from Fizz and Raoul, I need Mowgli and Nithyan to make stealth checks. Is that all where you all are standing as confirmation?
Yeah, that's where I'm standing because, I mean, they need to be able to see me, so.
Yeah, that's where I'm standing.
That would be under defense.
Skills.
I think they need to be standing up Or is that like the edge of the rock?
The edge. I was trying
There's
to be
still
around
like
the edge.
the edge that they could be peeked underneath. Dang, Mowgli.
Man, Mowgli very quiet.
Took it
That's
serious.
unlikely.
All right. So, Fizz, you make the signal. You see the flaming arrow fly across the courtyard from Virasas's location. And then there's a moment of silence before just a giant explosion. You see chunks of wood and shrapnel go flying off in the distance over the edge of that cliff. Almost immediately, the rest of them break into action, and all of the Zorn begin to intercede. Your group as a whole rolled high enough with the stealth that the close one he would run did not linger. Good enough.
Yeah.
And you all have your opportunity for the door.
I mean, I'm gonna cast invisibility and just say, "Let's make a break for the door."
Yeah. So
Stay as far as you can away from the limb things.
we got our move action, right? So we just
No, don't worry
We'll
about
put our-
rounds.
Oh, I can't
Okay.
run.
You're not in
Can't
combat
run.
yet.
okay. All right. So we go for the door.
All right. As at about this time as well, as you guys are reaching the door and touching it, also further off in the camp, you hear what sounds to be about 8 fireballs worth of noise go off in the clearing back over by the statue, as the arbiters all bust out, teleported all over the place, and they're raining fire down upon the elementals.
Battle has begun.
Yeah. We should have maybe.
As Karash sees you all go in towards the door, he shouts out of the top of his lungs, "You have 2 minutes!"
Okay.
All right.
And you're all able to enter into the Tower of the Shaper,
We bolt in.
where you see almost immediately standing up at the head of the table what it must be Shaper Olivin, along with 2 other arbiters in finer dressed suits than the normal arbiters. He just looks out at you all. They all seem ready for battle and whatnot. And Olivin, as you guys are all like moving up way before you even get that far to the table,
Okay.
back over here, you hear him call out, "Who are you? What's happening?"
We were sent by Shaper Ogata. I guess I'm still invisible at this point, but whatever.
Visible voice talking.
That's disappeared upon entering the building.
No.
I'm just invisible for stealth reasons, but we need to know what's going on. What's causing these creatures? How can we? We need to go underground to finish them off.
Sounds like you've already started to try and help. More explosions in the background.
Well, then if you want to help, then let's go up there and kick some of those statues in.
If Ogata sent you, and you know this name, then he must have heard what was happening. Get this beast off my table.
Lovely, get off the table. Stop eating their food.
He goes right for the food. I love that over more than anything.
The arbiter near you, Nithrin, says, "Don't come any closer. Do not approach the Shaper."
Okay, I'll stop back here. I nod. And stand tall and nod.
Somebody's got to get Mowgli off the table because he's not going off the table.
Mowgli, come on, off the table. Please. I mean, if you don't get off the table, I'm sure these arbiters throw a chuck of fireball at your face.
He doesn't care about that. He would be more interested in your disapproval.
Right. We'll get your unruly one. You know what? It doesn't fucking matter right now. We were in the mines about a month and a half ago or so. We discovered
he's
something.
just tearing into it.
He's just ignoring you at this point.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, that's good.
He says, we discovered something abhorrent. Strange in the stone. A strange portal-like device that seemed to be barely held together by some sort of weapon or something. We were studying it. One of our experiments, something went wrong. All of the arbiters there instantly died as the overwhelming forces of these creatures spilled out. Quickly thereafter, they took hold and control of the rest of the camp. We have been prisoners here, all of us. My Shaper's tower can teleport, but for whatever reason, in this set place, ever since I brought it here, it cannot teleport. Something is blocking me. If you are here on behalf of Ogata, I would like for you to go down there, figure out what it is, and remove it from blocking my tower.
Okay, well, that's great. Are you gonna... We, fight through this mess? And I'll start moving towards the door.
Before I'll sign, is there anything else that he can to give us aid? Anything else to give us aid? For that is exactly our mission.
Or is there anything else that you can... That's kind of why we're here.
He nods off to one of his arbiters, and he goes into this chamber. As the doors open for a small period of time, you do see massive piles of gold inside, and gemstones and metals, likely much of what they've, or his cut of what they have mined and refined here. The arbiter comes back out. Yeah, there's silver in there.
Oh, okay.
He comes back out, walks up to Raoul, and hands you a small little chest. It's about, maybe this big or so. You hear rattling of glass inside. Potions for combat.
Oh, just
They should aid you. And if you are successful and return alive, well, then as a Shaper, you will have a favor you may ask of me. And perhaps we'll make sure there's some coin in your purse.
One more question, if you wouldn't mind asking, Fizz. Can someone here do restoration so I can be more effective in the battle?
Do you know how to do restoration? Our friend is not quite... She, went through some things on her journey here.
We are arcane. We do not possess that sort of magic, but one of the potions you have inside, a few of them perhaps may aid you with that endeavor.
Yeah.
It sounds like a war is going on out there. Perhaps I should be joining it sooner than later, but you'll have plenty of time on the way down through the mines to figure out what it is you have. Sorry, I do not have the time to explain it now, as it seems some chaos is happening.
Yep.
I want your Astron.
What?
Astron, I want it. No gold.
Then go digging for it, lizard.
That's fine. We need to go, Raoul. I'm sure there's lots of Astron where we're going
Or
to be going.
perhaps you'd like to fight your way through the entirety of the battle outside to the forges, where you still probably won't find any.
I'm out.
And
All right.
Also, Raoul, there's Astron in this complex somewhere. You felt it. Of your type.
Mhm.
Get off my
Don't
table
forget
now,
Mowgli.
beast.
Mowgli, come on.
Take the whole damn turkey if you need.
Where's Stu?
As you guys are walking away, you hear Olivin muttering, "The hell sort of people is Ogata sending me? This is ridiculous. Come along,
Mowgli,
we have elementals to kill."
Mowgli, here, have one of these, in case you get thirsty later. And I toss Mowgli a potion of enlarged person.
Ooh. So what you got? What did you get? Oh, you had one of those.
I had one of those and I gave it to Mowgli.
Does he? I would assume he'd drink it immediately, right?
It's up to you. How long will it last?
Minutes.
I think, yeah, it's minutes. So
Well, I don't think it'll create any nutritional value. He's more
No.
interested in eating Raoul's tail at this
I
point.
mean, you also might be more busy with the turkey. I mean, you did take like a whole turkey. I know you can eat a lot, but you still gotta like. Don't think you can like dislocate your jaw and just snake it in there.
I think he could probably do that. But Raoul's tail is still the most tempting thing on the map right now.
As you guys all begin to break and make your way out, you see that Karash and his team has more or less dealt with all of these Zorn in various ways. Got what you need?
Yep.
Yes.
Alright, hold on. I can just move everybody, since you're all going to the same place.
We must go to the mines.
Alright, and the group of you wage across chaos. It seems prisoners are trying to make a break for it. The arbiters are casting magic and waging in war. It seems Senex and Wizrun have dealt with these two Zorn.
I mean, I'll if the Vith we go by, the arbiters we go by. I mean, I'll towards the mine.
They're mostly focused
Or I
way
guess
further
I'm
north.
invisible, but
Yeah, they're focused on
I
the
can't-
They're all up in the north anyway.
yeah. And then I guess the only other thing is I'm keeping an eye out for my brothers. And this is probably where I see them getting killed.
Are they battley type or cowardly type?
They don't have any classes, so I have assuming they're
So they're the Heidi type.
screwed.
Unfortunately, due to how you all proceeded, you don't find them on your way out either. But they are here somewhere. You just didn't go and have the opportunity where they were.
Yeah, no, it's okay.
We'll get there.
We'll
Find
get there. Hopefully,
On the way out,
things
perhaps.
are- Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
man, what a monster party you guys have right now.
Mm-hmm. Bad thing is, even if those things are potions of restore, I can't drink them.
What do you mean? Oh. That's unfortunate.
Yep. It's okay. -2 everything.
Unless we slip it to you while you're, or
They could force feed
Transit.
you.
Well, I am allowed to drink water in the morning, but no, I've already ruled it that I don't drink potions.
Why are they like that?
I mean, how good is your will save?
Alright, we're just gonna get rid of all the tokens.
Sounds
Fizz
good.
could do a little suggesty.
Not that good if I'm not prepared for it.
What is happening?
Right now,
But
it's
would
even
Fizz
worse
would
right
do
now.
that to Nithirn? Probably not.
I think he would.
It depends on if it becomes a problem. We haven't really gone.
It's already
into
a problem.
combat. Yeah, I mean,
-2 to absolutely every single roll.
yeah, but like as Fizz understands that Nithirn's like seems to be a little bit weaker than she normally is, but he hasn't really seen her in combat, right? Because the only thing we've really done since then was
True.
the cliffside battle, where for most of the battle I was trying to get to you and then off the side of the cliff.
Yep.
And then the other battle where I was eaten by a land shark. So,
See, I think Fizz
True.
is extremely objective and observant, and I think he'd realize there's a serious problem here,
We'll
and
get through
probably
it.
try to correct it if it would benefit him. That's my thinking.
We'll get through it.
even after pointing out that like chaos might not be great for his brothers who he's here to rescue, he still was like, I can't really see another way except detonating a giant explosion.
Your middle name is Chaos.
There, let me reveal all these to you guys while I'm here. So you can see their full pictures. Okay, I don't know what's happening to the tokens on this page, but maybe it won't be like this for you, so we're just going to go with it. As all of you dash into the mines, the chaos of the battle around you. First, can everybody only see the vision of their token? On my screen, everybody looks like a ghost token except for Wizard for some reason.
I can see a little bit around for some reason.
Can everybody else see down that tunnel, or is that just me?
But if it's dark, I'll put a light in my hand.
I only see what my token sees.
You
But
guys don't
walls are
see that
stopping you
long
and
tunnel?
stuff.
Now, I see the long tunnel. I just don't.
You
That's
should be
all
able
I
to see out this way. But that's about it.
I can see quite a bit further than that.
Okay, I don't know what's happening here.
I mean, I can see sort of down both paths. I don't know if it's just a column in the middle there, but
There's nothing to the right. The one to the left is long and ongoing. I can see that's what I can see, 60 feet.
yeah. Do you have dark vision?
I think I do, yeah.
Yeah, he
so then
does.
60 feet is how far you're supposed to see.
Yeah, I just
And
don't
I
know what's
think
going
I
on
still
with
have
that.
dark vision, maybe not. I'm edge of when I got it, I think. Mowgli, wait. Don't just run ahead.
Well, he's snooping around. He's always hungry.
There could be more of those creatures in here. We need to be careful. But we do need to move quickly.
Somebody back me up. What are you douchebags doing back there? Now there's a tunnel off to my right. I don't know where that goes. Behind me.
I don't know if Navar has everything all set and everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what's
So-
happening on this map. Whatever, I'll fix it for next time.
I
go
think
ahead
our
and
vision's correct.
okay. It just looks very strange and off on my end.
Yeah.
In any case,
I can't. I don't have
get
a
you
light,
out of
so-
there. Are you casting light?
Yeah.
I mean, even though I've got night vision or dark vision, sorry, keep calling it night vision.
Oh, it definitely goes back. Who is that? Is that Raoul?
Well, you're
Up
moving
into the
too-
right behind me? The top?
Yeah, you're moving probably too fast. Mike.
No, I'm not sure.
Looks like Raoul.
Is he moving toward?
What am I missing?
No, he's way up there. There's like a little, tiny little alcove up there.
Yeah, I don't think that's Raoul, because Raoul's now just adjacent.
I don't see what you're seeing either because I should have a further dark vision than you.
Yeah, but it might be around a corner. Maybe.
It's around a corner and it goes back towards where we came. There's a long, skinny passage.
Are you talking about like where Nithirn is, or?
Mm-mm.
It definitely looks like something we should at least look into before we go forward.
I don't get what you're talking about.
Up to the top towards back where we came from. There's a tiny little passage.
Do you want to just like?
You might be seeing through walls. Well, give Mike or give Navarre.
I'm gonna.
Oh, it's just a pillar that you're going around, I think.
Oh yeah. I was gonna say like, I'm not really understanding which direction you're talking about.
All
I
right,
think
it's a
we can see
pillar.
each other's
I
work,
didn't
so-
see that till I went around it.
Yeah.
So I'm sitting up here. There's nothing in front of me.
Nope.
You guys want me to go forward or just stay?
As you guys are beginning to move into this tunnel, you can see that it's every about 15 feet or so there are wooden, like a wooden frame that's been built and reinforced to keep as extra reinforcement on the walls and the ceilings themselves. You see the telltale signs of mining having happened here, and occasionally you'll find like an old broken pick or a shovel or a broken down cart.
All right, guys, we can go deeper in, or we could roll back a little bit back. There's a passage back this way.
Yeah, I don't know that this necessarily really goes anywhere.
I'm going back this way. I don't see anybody behind me.
I'm just moving the NPCs as one giant block.
Yeah.
All right, there's
Makes
nobody
sense.
coming behind me. Oh, somebody is coming behind me. Okay.
Don't
Does
know-
that,
we don't
does
know
that
where you
go
went.
anywhere, Raoul, or?
Yeah, it goes kind of far down.
Okay, well, let's see where Mowgli's going. You can always come back.
Fair.
Looks like an
Mowgli.
ending over here, but I'm not sure. Should I stop? Could be
Mowgli,
a
where
trap.
are you?
I see him. Come on,
You could
this
just
way.
barely see the quarter of his token, so I was like, Mowgli,
Let's see.
are you there?
Wait, I don't know if we need to go. We probably don't want to go down there. I guess you're going.
We can continue
Oh.
to go down this way.
Oh my. Okay. All right, there's 3 different directions we can go
There's
here.
2 pillars in front of you. That's what you're saying.
Yeah. So usually if you move in the shadow shifts, that means that it's like probably just like a rectangle in the room or something like the pillar.
Oh boy. Okay, there's something here. I'm gonna wait.
I'm done. I got this.
The down. You see down, Raoul?
Yep. It looks like there's some mining equipment down here.
Are you gonna check it out? Do you want me to?
I want to look at something real quick. I don't think anything's going to be trapped.
I mean, I'll keep an eye out for traps, but
Alright, I think the way that I saw earlier just leads right to right here, so we should be good.
okay. There's some sort of maybe alcove and another way down, maybe.
Oh boy. This could be bad.
Let's
That
check
sign
out
tip is there's
I just went
I
around.
see a ladder leading down in there.
Or is that just on the floor?
Looks like it
No.
leads down.
No, there's a way down. I see a big ladder.
Oh, yes, that ladder. I
That's
see.
probably the way down.
Okay, well, I mean, we do need to go.
Indeed, you do see a massive ladder leading downward into the darkness. Even past Raoul's dark vision, it leads straight down. With nothing but more and more ladder.
All right, I'll go.
Well, I guess I'm going next if nobody else is going to step up.
I just take a round or two while people are going. Hand on the ground.
You're close enough to the surface, Nithirn. You can still feel some of the rumbling of the prisoners in the complex that's near the mine entrance. Moving and shuffling about. They seem hurried steps. You don't feel or sense anything that's pursued you into the mines, though.
Okay, thank you. Then I'll follow after.
All right.
Mobley, Fizz, and Raul I'll go in the middle of the pack.
And as everybody goes down and down into the mines, you follow this ladder for easily 400 feet straight down.
Oh my.
There are no breaks. It looks like they just bored a straight hole down to get to whatever it is they were trying to. As you all land on a small platform beneath the ladder at the bottom of it, you see there's a 20-foot wide tunnel, 10-foot tall ceilings that has been bored straight up to a dead end. But at this dead end, you can see it looks similar to the gateway at the water anchor, how it looked like you were looking through a window into another place. In that case, it was looking into the dome. In this case, you were looking at the end of the hallway, but it seems as if you were looking out from the top of a mountainside view. You see clouds drifting past. You see a large, impossibly tall mountain off in the distance. An
So
arch.
we went down, but we're up.
Something like that. Multiple arches of rock off in the distance in the background landscape. Crags and canyons larger than mountains themselves is in the background of this vista. However, a large portion of it is obscured, as almost like a sewing needle or a button on two parts of a shirt. There is a spear made of a white crystalline substance that seems to have pierced through either side and is holding close, for the most part, this vista on the other side. But it looks like it's twisted, shifted, and the portal is like a quarter of the way open. Not large enough for anybody to actually step through as of yet, but perhaps big enough for the elemental creatures themselves to seep their essences through.
Someone talk to Xenix. What is this?
This is where my
know
anchor
what
should
it
have been
is.
built.
What?
This is where I should have built the temple to protect this anchor, but never did. This is where the conduit lie bare. the astral heart of the Titan that used to be. The very grounds around this place are still the fallen remains of what once was the Titan.
That thing
Buried.
has enormous magical capabilities, I would think.
This is a portal to another. Easy way to think of it is another dimension.
What is that spear?
If I know, let me answer that. I do believe that's one of the things I need to collect. The Ale of the Trident.
Based on what?
Based on what the Shaper Ogeda gave me. He told me about this thing. He wants it.
For what reason?
Well, he's not getting anymore. I can tell you that much. That right there is the artifact that I need to help me out in my little predicament.
Hmm.
But what is it doing there in the passageway?
I don't know about that. I was just told about a big white crystal trident looking thing.
When
Senex
you
steps
take it,
forward.
we'll be attacked.
Perhaps
Well, we gotta go through the door anyways. That takes us to the anchor.
Perhaps I can remember. And he comes up and stands before the portal. Seems to go in a trance for a few minutes. Motions Nithird forward. And just holds on to one of your hands to make contact with the gloves. I remember. Vaguely. Like it's a story I once told myself. Zayla, the Titan I used to be, part of me used to be. And the Titan Ael, the one responsible for the realm of air, lightnings, sound. We fought. Hard and long. In a moment of triumph, he cast his massive trident into the sky and focused all of his lightning energy onto it, shattering it into hundreds of pieces. One of these splinters found its way in the heart of Zayla, where this conduit is now. The others cast themselves across the sky, tearing hundreds of portals into the realm of air, like the conduits but smaller. A different manner. One forcibly held open by the power of the artifact he once wielded. He destroyed it to defeat Zayla. This must be one of those splinters. Not the whole trident, but a piece. But
Try that.
to a it's a spear. To a mortal, in mortal hands, this would still likely be just as powerful as any artifact. For even the gloves Nithion wears is only but a piece of the artifact that I once had. Zayla's artifact was an entire suit of armor. But only the gloves remained. In a similar way, This may be one of the few relics of Aeol's trident that remains. And it seems, despite my lack of conviction to keep this place safe, in a funny sense, that splinter that pierced the heart of Zayla for a long time did give me that time to figure out what I was supposed to do. But it seems as if it's coming undone.
Not a spear.
What makes you say that, boy?
Not a spear. Mowgli say no spear.
It probably is a spear.
You're technically not on this map anymore either, but I like that image.
Yeah.
I mean, it's pretty clear what the image is. How do we-
yeah.
How do we save it? Or close this? Or help you?
The conduit cannot be closed. That would require something much worse. You would have to destroy... How do I even put this? I'll make an equivalency, though it is not going to be quite right. The conduits were made by dragon gods, dragon kings, masters of their race, of the varying types. They once created them. Only their death will close it, for the conduit itself is an extension of their life essence. So close it? No. That would be an entirely different story. But recover the anchor, protect it. That is what I was made for.
At
The
least you have the
splinters,
anchor.
temporary.
So where's this anchor?
Right there.
This is one half of it, yes. But if I'm truly going to secure it from this realm, I would need to do so on the other side. That will protect the people of this place for hundreds of years to come.
Biz, you remember what Sin said? About people helping him? Does that apply here?
No, it's been such a long time. I can't can't remember.
How do we stop these monsters?
These elementals, if it has anything to do with the braided souls, the reason they're so concerned with forming themselves in with people is because the elementals themselves do not have souls. They cannot persist here. They must be tied to a source of energy. I believe if we can cut that source of energy off, perhaps it will force them to at least spread to the four winds, become isolated, without power, without direction. Perhaps it will even end them, I don't know. But they will be cut off from reinforcement.
No time for talk.
Yep.
So Raul, what are we supposed to do here? I don't think I understand still.
Well, I think we go in there and like get through the portal, like we did last time. Figure out what's broken and do what we can to fix it.
There's a ritual.
Bro. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think as Senex mentioned that there's a ritual with the gloves that you have, Ithir.
It will not require the gloves, that was just an aid for my memory. But when we are on the other side, there is a ritual I may do. It will create a field of protection around the conduit. It will redirect the energies that would flow through. But I'll need time to do that. And whatever's been sending these elementals through, that must be stopped. We need to secure the site around the other side of this portal. And give me long enough to do the ritual.
Are you able to do that, Senex, without sacrificing yourself, though? Because I feel like that's what Sin did.
Unfortunately, I believe it will sacrifice me. Because I had to give up my spark.
Ah.
Take it back.
I can't. I didn't give it to you. It is not a spark of Zaylar.
See.
It doesn't bind you to the one who gave it to you, per se, but it does allow you to rise to a higher calling if it's something you choose. And perhaps if you find other emissaries in your travels, maybe they'll know more. Maybe you can spread it. Give away pieces of it. But I cannot take it for you.
Then we have to pull a spear and go through the portal.
Yeah. Raul, I think you want the thing, don't you? So you can be the first one to touch it.
Come to Papa.
You like touching things. It looks like Astron, Raul.
It's embedded in stone. You should be able to get it out of.
It is
out of the
literally
stone,
made
right?
of white astron.
Oh my god. Raul, what are you waiting for?
Yeah, I'm surprised he's not licking it already.
Like a
Be
salt
like
rock.
Mowgli with a Thanksgiving dinner.
Like Mowgli to Turkey, Raul to Astron.
Just ignoring everyone. It's so depressing.
He still hasn't got it.
Raul,
I
what are
might
you
go
doing?
take it. I might go
Oh,
take
you guys
it.
are all,
I'm about
you guys
to
are
take
all-
it.
you guys are all talking and not giving me a second to talk.
Go ahead, we're just joking you.
What does
Raul
Raoul
does
do?
walk up and grab. Raul does walk up and grab it.
All right. As Raoul walks up and lays hands on this splinter of Aeol's trident, a couple of things happen. First,
Oh god.
shocks of lightning and electricity spark through his body, consuming him in a blinding flash of light. At the same time, a massive earthquake begins to shake and rumble the entire cavern around you as he begins to dislodge it, disrupting the energies of Earth in this entire region. And that,
Good.
as the light fades and we see what becomes of Raoul, is where we'll end it tonight.
Raul's providing the cliffhanger this week.
That's right.
Can't always be Fizz.
Oh boy.
Yes, it can.
One other description.
Great ending.
As the white light flashes over all of you, the sheer power of everything blasting through everyone goes to level 7.
Ah.
Oh, we did do it. We
You still
pulled it off,
you technically overcame the challenge of the prison camp despite not engaging in combat at all. That could have gone many different ways, and you guys did just enough and had just a good enough plan to not have to get in combat. But in between this week and next week, I will be going and sitting down and custom playing out this combat, both sections of it, as if I were all of those characters, and we'll see who won.
You do see this, not a spear, it's a crossbow. I mean, you clearly see that, right?
What are you looking at?
Yeah, what's a
I sent it to Navarre.
It's where if you go and stand where Mowgli's at, the light pattern that you see looks like a crossbow.
It looks exactly like a crossbow.
Oh, just where you're standing? Oh,
yeah,
that's just
from
the
where he's
shadows.
standing. Yeah, it does look like a crossbow. That's kind of funny.
Yeah, but we're on the wrong level anyway, so
Yeah.
we're not even on
technically
the
I'm
level
not
he
even
was
here.
describing.
Yeah. I have a question for you, Navarre.
Yeah.
What happens when Raoul dies? Are we gonna have to recreate a new character for him again when he gets killed after this?
We'll
He's not
find out
dead.
next
He's
week.
not dead.
He might not be dead.
I know.
You gotta remember he's room bound too. So like if he, I feel, I think we'd all be dead because explosion things would happen.
Yeah, I don't
Or
think he's
maybe Navarre's like, shit, we hit level 7, but I guess you guys got characters for next week.
dead. No. Raul's got to go level 7 too, so he's still alive.
There's gotta be something.
Mowgli's got to figure out what he's going to do level 7.
Yeah.
Put your thing in linguistics if you want to know sign language.
Yeah, so that's under skills. So you should get a couple more ranks in skills. Probably not a lot because you're a barbarian. And you'll have to put at least one into linguistics if you want to take sign language.
Well, I have been working on this.
Yeah.
That's kind of
absolutely.
been his big project.
Yeah.
Yep.
I meant to like role play it with you a little bit more, but I mean,
obviously, he would only get tiny bits and pieces at this point. I mean, it's just a few words, almost like a dog or a chimpanzee kind of a thing. I would think.
I wanted to be like, oh, Mowgli, this is food, this is eat, this is bite. Like, I feel like Mowgli would have a hard time distinguishing between those lines.
Statistically, you know it, but role play it however you feel like it.
Yeah.
And yeah,
so
Mike. At some point between this week and next, we'll sit down and I'll go over all of the mechanical stuff for leveling up for you, and so you can make the choices, and I'll explain it along the way.
It would be helpful for me to understand how much of Neithrin he can get. And I know it's just a tiny fragment of her communication, but I feel like he'd start to get at least tiny bits and pieces so that I can kind of role play it.
Yeah.
With that information, that would be useful.
Well, no,
statistically, will have to provide that for me.
Statistically, you put a point in linguistics, you know it. But from a role play, like what you're saying, the best thing to do would be for you to pace it.
Right.
At whatever pace you feel like you think you've learned it. And so I can say whatever, and you can pick whichever words out of the sentence you thought you understood. That way you can role play it that you know.
The problem with this
at
character
any speed
is
that you want.
he's so dumb.
Well, that's why you role play it however you want.
I would feel like it would be extremely limited.
Yeah.
Right.
Even though he might grasp a couple little...
You'll probably get
when I'm signing to everybody else, Go ahead.
You'll probably get to the
Right.
point where you can more or less understand what people are, like the gist of what people are saying or talking about. And then you'll probably be
Without
able to
details.
respond. Huh?
Without details, I mean, he would.
Well, no. Have you ever gone to a country that speaks another language where you know a few words?
No,
Never.
never.
Like down in around. Have you been around a bunch of people speaking
I
Spanish?
have that. Yeah.
You pick up if they say uno, dos, tres, cuatro, cinco, seis. You know they're counting. But
I
if they
would,
say
but-
"sí, señorita," you know they're saying yes. So if I'm signing a sentence to Fizz and Raul, where you just pick out what words you as a player pick out which words you think Mowgli picked up.
Okay.
And then role play it at whatever speed of advancement you feel Mowgli will have understood.
Yep.
So that way, I don't have to tell you what words you pick out.
Yeah.
You decide what words you pick out. And if it's only one word, then you say, if I go, well, he Raul would be a real turkey if he did that. You might say turkey, and
Yeah.
think food.
Mm.
You pick one word out of it, and you can.
Alrighty, stream. Thanks for stopping by and hanging out for tonight. That is going to be it for this evening. Hope you had a good time watching the crazy plan they came up with to avert and avoid an all-out war at the prison camp. Our next game will probably be Tuesday with Pokemon, but there might be a couple bonus streams, perhaps some board game streams in the next couple days to come, so keep posted out for all that. Thank you, Muffins, for stopping by and hanging out as always. Hope you had a good time. We'll definitely get some board games in soon enough. But until next time, have safe adventures and happy travels. Bye.